Welcome to part 2 of our run through the levels in the 10th Mario Maker Celebration. We have thus far cleared 7 out of 17 and will be continuing in the website order. Level codes I have linked already in the chat, and welcome already Zach Devine. Will hopefully get far enough today to also reach your contribution a little bit further down. But we'll be starting with level 8 today. The first of, I believe, 2 contributions by Markmo. Markmo is actually a very prolific puzzle maker that I have to catch up on at some point. He's one of the one-screen puzzle specialists that I've marked out as somebody that I want to feature a little more carefully sometime in the future. But instead of puzzles, he's got 2 platforming levels today, the first of which is Boom Boom Spin Rider. And we'll be looking at that one in just a moment. There's a lengthier description on the website. It says, most players have long believed that it's impossible to spin jump on Boom Boom spikes. However, this level will shatter exactly what you thought you knew. I think we always assumed that you could, simply because we've seen so many Boom Boom related gimmicks from certain other makers involved in this anniversary edition, but we're looking forward to seeing what Markmo has in store. As before, we'll be looking for every secret balloon room that we can find along the way. We've found all of them in the 7 levels we've looked at so far, and we don't plan to let up on that anytime soon. So, Boom Boom Spin Rider, let's take a look. We'll see how much of a set we can do today. With 10 levels remaining, we may or may not do it in today's sitting. We might break it up into 2 small streams, but we'll find out. Oh, yeah, that's why you can't spin on that one that's dropping, obviously. It looks like this might be a reset door to teach you the central mechanic. Now, it does look like I want a helmet here. And probably what's going to happen is we bump the falling Boom Boom. Try this, and then we jump like that. But by the looks of it, it looks like we might need to continue bumping. However, on-off switch like this, I wonder if it toggles back afterwards or if this is just a reset gate. Yeah, we actually would want to retain the on-off state. After having retained the on-off state, then we're able to jump on Boom Boom for the next layer. And that's the tutorial room out of the way. Shearwater, welcome. Hope you got a chance to catch up on the playthroughs of your levels in the previous set. And we certainly had a great time with that, and I certainly hope the Chomp level has stayed up all this time around. Okay, so we will need it to head up and bump that Boom Boom in at some point, but let's peek down here and see what we're dealing with first. We'll do a bit of a climb down this way. And, oh, no, that's a climb back up. Okay. So presumably, Oh, okay. Airship camera float there is going to give us a bit more visibility. Yeah, so it'll be a ride on down. And we just need to see how that's going to work. Looks like we'll do a partial climb like this. Left side, you need to have the helmet on at that point to bump the muncher out of the way and enter the door. Alright, that's fine. Now, here, we just knock the spring down, and then... Oh, no, and then we had to cross that way. Okay, I see. And we reset. Okay, so yeah, we just need to bump the trampolines and then have enough of a jump to make it over here and send the muncher up in low gravity. Pipe on the right. Well, let's see. Rather love that frozen Boom Boom animation here in all of his various states. So yeah, it looks like you can just hit any single one of these and then that gets you a spike ball to freeze him in position. I guess we'll figure out what that means in just a moment. Oh, that's nothing. Bubbles smiles at you. Okay, so we spin towards Boom Boom, we lower him, then we have to jump across and follow him back down and probably get a spin on him near the bottom. Oh, nope. I probably shouldn't have done that jump. That's okay. We'll fix that. Yeah, just need to race him down. No, we have to spin on top of him to go to the lower left. And then we need to race him down further. That seems very clear, in fact. Yeah, we need him here in order to sustain our jump on the left, and we'll try to do it a little bit more cleanly, of course. Might as well scout down here to see what's up. It's a long descent. And of course, we're keeping our eyes peeled for a potential balloon room exit somewhere along the way. We'll try to exit this one a little cleaner this time. 5 bounces like that. Oh, nope. Oh, it's such an awful jump. And then, yeah, after that, we have Christmas in here. And I presume, of course, that we'll need to keep the helmet to remove the muncher from some door further down, as we've done already. Maybe the fact that it doesn't instantly fail you for losing the helmet tells me that perhaps retaining the helmet all the way might even be an optional objective, but we'll find out. Yeah, nope, just hitting the edge every time. Let's do it again. Yeah, you're not dead yet at this point, but I would like to retain the helmet on the assumption that we'll want to do so. Alright, let's head down. And we really need to clean up that jump. Spike tops down below, 10 coin, the big number 10 on the right. Lots to see as we head down there once we just clean up the most basic of jumps. Okay, there we go. Okay. On the thwomp, and then still racing them down. There we go. That gets you through the muncher, and yeah, the muncher is a hard requirement, as we very much suspected. No optional exit I can see over there. Wide open space up above. Look at that. There's a one-way panel or something up top over there. That's awfully suspicious. That's something that we might have to work with at a later point in this room. Alright. There's just a standard bounce and a mole that we do as we walk to the left, perhaps. Bump the boom boom. Take the 10 coin as maybe a bit of a pacing tool and ride our way down. Oh, nope, missed it. But it gives you a sense of what to expect. There's a vine grab on the way down as well. We'll see about the pace at which things load in. Oh, nope, hang on, I need to bounce first. I just hit the jump button too early before we were off the ledge. Let's fall into the mole before we push the jump button. Oh, hang on, missed it. It's okay, we'll just do it again. We did it cleanly the first time. It's very obvious what to do here, and we just need to execute it properly. Okay, let's try it again. Race it down a... no. We just jump across here, then we spin off of it. We'll rehearse the rest even though we lost the helmet at this point. We'll just make sure we know what to do. Wrong jump. Right, and then we need to send 2 Boom Booms down, it seems, unless we need to get around that Boom Boom. I think it looks like we're supposed to dislodge it, though, from that one-way panel that's just there for the setup. We'll read a little bit more carefully the next time we get down there successfully. And whoops, nope. Again, the point up there is just as a pacing tool. That's something for you to grab, and there's going to be otherwise a bit of wait time on that platform anyway for Boom Boom to catch up. Yeah, the pacing is actually pretty gentle throughout. Nothing's too tight. Just we do need to play pretty cleanly if we can, though. Okay. Whoa. No, it didn't quite make that. Yeah, our pacing for the left side is totally off, but as you can see, you can't actually go there yet. We've got saw blades all over the place there. Seems like we need to send both of them down with good timing, and we'll see how to align the one on the left side and release it quickly enough and get out quickly enough for everything to fall as intended. But it seems like in general we stay off the left column until, whoops, until we have a very clear opportunity for it. Yeah, here we kind of circle around into the middle before we get to this section that has the saw blades and clouds on the left. And let's continue this way. Okay, now we continue immediately, so we... Oh, nope, missed it. Oops, decide there. Rather unnecessarily, that's okay, we'll continue just for rehearsal purposes. As you can see, at this point, the Boom Boom on the left separates from the thwomp. That's what the cloud on the left side is for underneath the saw blades. This is a thwomp stopper that releases the Boom Boom on the left, whoops, as a platform. Hit the jump button too early once again. And then, if you've got good timing, you should be able to go from the big Boom Boom to the small one when the time comes to jump towards the left. And we'll just see how that looks when we get there. There's a lot to the descents here that kind of allows the player to line up their timing a bit. Whoop, too early. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the timing nuances are sorted out on this level. Just giving the player a little bit of bounce time to get, whoops, everything to line up again properly. This is going to be a big miss, obviously. And we'll continue back down. Bit lower this time. And we'll catch up. Hang right to avoid everything. Avoid this spike too. Oh, nope. I said avoid that spike too. That was just an awful jump off of the vines there. So I see a pipe on the right. That's sort of interesting because we know at some point something's going to involve the small Boom Boom on the left. Oh, no, hang on. But maybe the small Boom Boom on the left is the optional path. We'll just have to go back there to find out. Don't really like my timing here this time, but... yeah, too spread out between the lower and the upper Boom Boom, I think. Feel like it might be a bit troublesome to jump from one to the other, but we'll see. Low gravity, oh, it does allow you to cross this way, great. Traps that Boom Boom. Now, still no sign of a balloon room that we can see. We don't want to knock the Muncher up here, do we? No, it would. Well, if you do, then you just knock it up to this ledge. That's what resolves that problem. Goal is here, but of course, really couldn't find a balloon room. Let's think about this, because there's a coin over on the right side. Let's just jump up towards it. Oh, no. Maybe we just straight up missed it. Yeah, this just kind of protects the floor. What if... okay, well, it's nowhere near here, so we need to rethink, because clearly I did miss something. Alright, we'll just need to replay the level and inspect it carefully. Oh. Usually not the case, it'll just not spot the optional path at all, but now that we know how the level goes, let's look at it a little more carefully. Keep an eye out for any potential backtracking or state switching that we need to be aware of. And you want us to switch with Luigi? Yeah, we'll do that in just a moment. Let's do that now for preparation for the next attempt. Request has been noted. I wonder if it would be something to do with the initial state switch, where you can do something a bit differently here. No, you do need off state to get through this door. So we will need to wrap around regardless, but I'm just looking over the level carefully just in case. Because I really didn't see what I could have missed, but we'll look around. The airship camera bob can throw us off sometimes as well, and that is absolutely a factor. Why don't we take it down this way? No, no reason to do so, but we'll see what we can do. So yeah, there's the Muncher over there. We will need to reset. Electro Dude, welcome. Glad you could catch at least some of this live. We're doing a balloon hunt right now in this level. We missed it completely on the first pass, while just learning the general layout. And it's not like I wasn't looking. Might have something to do with this guy here, actually. I mean, you knock him down. Let me see. I don't think he's covering anything, though, as far as I can tell. That's... it might even be something on that left side on the swamp path, but we will see. Yeah, thank you once again, Mr. Electrodude, for making sure this year's session could happen, and for all the work in putting it together. Okay, let's head over here. So you hit the state switch, and you continue this way. Oh, we fell behind pace just a little bit here. I see, yeah, so there's a lower path. That's the balloon, but then we need to do that safely. I think it looks like we need to take a damage boost through the center. So we found a general area, but we need to get there safely. It looks like damage boost might be required, but we'll inspect it carefully. Yeah, no wonder I didn't see it if it was potentially damage gated the first time, unless we missed something. Because it looks like you would need to continue to fall onto Boom Boom. I guess you just ride the Boom Boom through the spike, take damage, but then continue spinning. That would be the approach. Just didn't think to check, actually. There's the balloon room. Okay. And, well, we'll have a Yoshi there and everything. And then it just sends you back here. Okay. We'll try to clear the rest and just... Well, actually, this is different. Let's knock this down and see what to do. Let's jump it on the other side. And then more balloons. There we go. That's a little bit more promising. There's even a moon here. But if we hit the moon, we'll lose access to this Boom Boom, so I don't think we want to do that. We want to jump over it. Maybe. Unless we specifically want to hit the moon to remove it. Look at this, it's a little Christmas tree with a Boom Boom on top. Perfect for the release timing of this particular... Oop. Oh, and actually didn't eradicate it at all, in fact. Yeah, perfect for the release timing of this particular project, right before Christmas. But anyway, that's the 10 room. And I don't think we'll be able to pick up anything else here, so let's head down. And then it sends you over to the next checkpoint. Okay, sure, we'll finish it up properly and just do the ride. And then we'll proceed to the next level after that. I mean, we have cleared it, but might as well try to do this properly. Yeah, due to the low gravity, the timing discrepancy between the two Boom Booms is not as severe as it might look. That was a little bit rough there, that jump. And we will miss. Okay. Never mind that. Yeah, depending on how we're doing for time, sometimes, you know, when we've found a balloon and had the clear, we won't necessarily go back for the second clear, but since we're here, we'll just do it. Swing and a miss. I don't know if that even counted as a swing. Yeah, I just need to watch our bounce timing sometimes. Tripped up on this spike bomb quite a lot in earlier attempts. There we go. Feels like I should just be doing longer bounces as a rule more often. But anyway, let's get out. Electrodude, you said right now, you said right, I know what I dreamt now. Someone re-uploaded their level and you weren't too happy with it. Did that come true, or was that just, the Mario Maker equivalent of having a dream years after leaving school that you slept through a final examination or something? I don't know if people regularly have that, where they dream about some academic commitment they had, you know, a decade ago in their life. Anyway, you said that did happen, but not this time, yeah. Luckily so. Okay, so much for Boom Boom Spin Rider. Let's take a look at the next creation by Markmo. After we look at the comments, of course, we've been trying to scroll through comment art and other delights, whatever we remember. Boom, boom, boom from... Oh no, bonk, boom, boom from underneath. Oh yeah, it's just someone trying to backseat in the comments as usual. This level gets much harder and it's nothing like the first part. I think they're completely equivalent. It's excellent preparation to go from the first part to the next. Oh, someone's showing off the 10 balloons. Coco's really been bringing a lot of the comment art game to everybody's level. Let's continue. And thank you once again for the GGs. Okay, Yoshi's egg on, egg off. There is a slightly lengthier description, or alternate description, I should say, in the website. It says, when Yoshi is born, the on-off changes. It's a kind of Easter egg. Yeah, Shearwater, you feel like you did not get the memo that the so-and-so was here trend died. I thought it was mostly like Looney Rim who did it all the time. Like Looney was here, Looney was there. I felt like I always saw that on every single level because that was one of the regular players who would get to YMM and plaster it everywhere before I got to it. I mean, I guess you were too busy fixing, or rather re-uploading the Chomp level to keep up with fashion trends in the comment metagame. An excellent opportunity to switch it up. Let's see it. Yeah, there are a few people whose names you start to recognize after a while, after seeing them post everywhere. But it's good that so many people from the player side are still catching up with these levels, of course. Anyway, you take Yoshi's egg, you hatch the second Yoshi, and then that gives you the state switch. So yeah, it is based on Yoshi Limit. It's probably based on some kind of blaster interaction. But, well, no, it wouldn't be if it's off screen. But, well, it's based on the 2-egg limit. Anyway, there's something going on with the 2-egg limit that gets you through here. And now we have to do things in a time-sensitive fashion. Hatch the Yoshi, and then continue. Oh, we need to bump the Muncher with this? It looks like it. We'll find out. So you've got a Yoshi platforming level that just has a bit of a time-sensitive hatching element to it. No, we needed to follow the arrow and instead of spitting, just hug the wall, I think. I think that was just a hug the wall drop. No, I felt like we were supposed to bump the Muncher with that, but it may be that if you spit against a wall, then the wall drop bumps the Muncher, and then you don't need to worry about accuracy, given the angle at which you're shooting. I think that's actually the right idea. We've been away from this game for too long. Yeah, so there we go. That's exactly right, and then you have a ride here. And then everything's going to drop, though, so you take this and that, and then we wait until we actually need the state switch. Do we need it? No, shouldn't have spat it over there. We needed to spit the egg on the right side over the note block, I think, and then that way we have a Yoshi to replace our Yoshi when we drop it down below. So you jump off Yoshi, you abandon the one down below, but then the egg hatches into the new one that you ride. That seems pretty clear now that I've had a moment to look at it. Bit of forward momentum for that Muncher. Oh, almost late on that. Now let's be careful. And we jump it like this. There we go. Very smooth motion, actually. Next, we do need to swallow this, and then... wait. No, we needed to blow them away from the left because, of course, it will pass through the wall. I'm going to SD lock ourselves a little bit here, but then we'll have a pretty obvious reset to where we needed to go. Yeah. Forward like this, and then we'll just continue this way. Okay. Nice and brisk over here this time, and then... Whoops, totally bounced the bumper instead. Just stood way too close. Notice all the hard blocks on the ceiling. I feel like there's some kind of scroll break waiting to happen at some point. Or whatever is over this part of the level. It might just be decorative, though. There we go. Saved by the screen edge. Okay. Now this time we will actually knock all of those out properly. And then we just stomp them, right? Is there anything else we want to do here? Nope. Notice that they were projectile limited. That was blocked. And then it got eradicated over here. I guess we'll take the checkpoint. Nice little sequel to the Boom Boom level that we had just seen before this. A throwback reference, in case anybody remembers that level. We're missing a Yoshi here. I feel like I need to rethink that, but let's just scout ahead to see what's going on. Yeah, so spin jump is going to be the Yoshi check over here, and then lots more Yoshi checks beyond that. We didn't eject that egg in the right place. Let's do this, and then give ourselves a bit more room to run this time. No, it's not like that. It's... Let me think. We... actually don't want to swallow the egg. We want to bump it. We want to get it off the track. That's what it is. We want to nudge it. That's all. Obvious in hindsight. Then we switch to it. And then I miss it completely. Okay, so... then we dodge the stars and we'll figure out what we need the Red Yoshi Fire for at a later point. Okay. Ignite the bomb. That hatches this egg that gives you a platform. Do we switch Yoshis? I think we do. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we definitely switch Yoshis because we have to swallow the other one. Now, we do need to watch our trajectory when spinning on a dismount. There was one particular Mario game that I'm thinking of where the Yoshi dismount angle really threw me off. I don't think it was this one. I think it was maybe one of the NSMBs. Like NSMBU or something. I just remember having the experience of a particular Mario game where the dismount angle just completely threw me off. The dismount angle actually in Maker, I think, is quite a bit different from the original one in Super Mario World. That might be what I'm thinking of. Oh, come on. And then, no, we need to rethink that for sure. But perhaps if you jump up and, well, that's okay. We need a moment to read that because I wonder if I'm supposed to walk on all... Oh, whoops, missed the egg. Walk over that zigzag blue platform area. There's clearly a point at which we need to reach the upper red egg, and I wonder if it's jumping off of the green Yoshi or if it's something else, but you would, of course, need a Yoshi to remount afterwards. But we'll figure out what the sequence is going to be. Okay, oops, no. That was not a great bounce. Okay, down we go. And back up. Ignite. And, oh, we do need to lower it before we dismount. Nope. Yeah, so I was a little late on actually crossing the claw to lower the Yoshi that time. We really need to fix that dismount. Going from one Yoshi to the other. Before we have screen scrolling issues. Okay, this is going a little bit more cleanly. Okay. There we go, much better. Oh, no, come on. Awful timing on that. Despite multiple opportunities to get it right. Let's not push Yoshi off the edge. That would be a terrible way to go. For one of us. Okay. There we go, much better. We'll actually have time to look at some of this stuff. Oh, we probably need to no, we need to swallow it. That's what it is. We swallow that Yoshi egg. Then we get on the blue platforms. Then we spit. Then we change. That is absolutely what it is. It's in a swallowable position. We don't just hatch it instantly like that. Okay, don't want to get bonked by our own muncher, of course. Whoops. Come on. Come on. Need to work on that aim with the tongue. Yeah, it's because it's such a long reach on that one, too, the Wiggler, that you don't have as much leeway with the tongue extension as you typically do over shorter distances. Whoops, no. Misty bounce. Okay, up we go. Okay, now the dismount. There we go. The swallow. The swallow. Really can't take 3 attempts on that. I guess maybe the arrow is trying to give you a bit of a clue for where the intended aim should be, but that's just how we are sometimes about reading indications. Okay, lower this, dismount. There we go. Follow the arrow, imagine that. That was the solution. Oh, nope. Jump too high. That's okay. We got it. Okay, yeah, we don't want to lean left there because we got bonked by the Muncher on the way down. That was not great. But if we lean right, then the red Yoshi egg is in precisely the kind of position that allows us to acquire red Yoshi after exiting that segment. So now that particular sequence is pretty clear to me. Oh. So yeah, we know what to do there now, at least. Good first try. Okay, let's not dump too quickly. Let's just take the egg. Spit left, but stay on the right side. Nope, missed it that time. We might actually need to swallow and spit that egg. Like, we bumped it correctly last time and managed to nudge it onto the platform, but we can't necessarily rely on that. We do need to put the red egg into a position that will be usable. So we'll see, because last time I just bumped it unthinkingly and it worked out just fine. Maybe we're just a little late on bumping at that time, and a nudge against a wall as it's coming out would have landed it in the intended position. So let's go back to there and fix it. Oh, nope, just missed a bounce. Okay. Stay here for the egg, and then again. No. I feel like it is supposed to be a nudge to bump that through the clouds, but we just haven't been hitting the timing for it. And that the angle has not been working out. Otherwise, you would need to swallow and spit the red egg, and that seems less tidy than what we had originally done the first time, where we did actually successfully hatch it just by bumping it like this. We just need a better angle on it as it's coming through the clouds on the right. Maybe better timing relative to the shell spit as well. Let's just work that out in a more systematic fashion. Yeah, so bump like this, and then there we go. No, wait, no, but it got crushed. That's not right. But I guess maybe it was hatching on top of the ground. Right, because then it hatches too early if you're removing the 2 Yoshi limit. So I think we need to bump it first. Oh, wait, no, actually, yeah. We need to think about the Yoshi limit here. In terms of timing the egg spit such that the red one doesn't die because it does not hatch yet. Which means, actually, we were late on the spit then, because we need to hatch the green one first. Otherwise, if the red one hatches prematurely, it dies from collision. No. No, you see, red one hatched, green one didn't. That means we were spitting too late. That's what it means. And so we need to spit, and then while it's in the process of hatching before the switch goes down, then we might need to make a second jump to bump the red egg. And then that way it remains in egg form until the green Yoshi that we spat has been removed. So there's a bit of a subtle timing to the 2 egg limit that you do need to understand there. I wonder how that segment of the level plays out to players who aren't familiar with things like the 2 egg limit, because that's one of the things that, I think it's common knowledge from makers. Yeah, again, wrong. We need to spit first, earlier. But for players who don't really play around with the editor or with the Yoshi mechanics, I wonder how clear that sequence is. Okay. Now let's head down here. I mean, at this point in the level, though, you can just kind of think of it as intuitive that hatch to Yoshi equals switch. But that later sequence with the egg here and the red one hatching does depend a bit on some metagame knowledge. You see, we're late on hitting the red shell now, so it's not bouncing to the right the way it should, but it cannot hatch on top of the clouds, so there's something with our timing there that we need to straighten out in order to get it right. Because the egg needs to be bumped to the right, but it must not hatch until it hits the ground. So, you think I'm overcomplicating it? Maybe so. I mean, maybe we are supposed to just swallow the red egg and spit. But we bumped it correctly the first time I was there, I think. Or maybe the egg did, or maybe the Yoshi didn't actually survive at the time, so we'll... spit it this way. I guess it's floating, so if it's flying like that, then we have a chance to catch it. Oh, actually, no, you just swallow it this way, then you can just make it fly and remain in flight form without having knocked out the wings. And then you can just catch it manually as it's floating to the right. Yeah, we never saw it in that form on previous passes, so... Okay, in that case, that's... Oh, nope, missed it. Missed it completely, so thinking too far ahead. Yeah, so spit to the left, swallow to the right. That might be the way to do it. And then we send it out on its wings. Just need to know exactly which omelet to serve when. Okay. Nope. That was wrong. Spit a little further on the way down so it does not intersect with ground. Maybe. We'll figure that out. Yeah, because it really shouldn't have so much collision with the cloud-like ground blocks. That's been a bit of an issue for us so far. But we'll come here early. Okay, that's too high, but... that's too high. But that is the right idea. Actually, we give it some space when we spit it out. We don't spit it nudging against the wall. We jump on top of the munchers first, then we give ourselves a little bit of room to clear it. And we can stand on top of the munchers as a platform as they go down, actually. That's something that we hadn't really thought about because of the way that I was crushed by the munchers from up top the first time. Actually, if we just ride the munchers down, do we even need to jump off Yoshi to begin with? Let me just take a look at that angle. Yeah, why don't we just ride the munchers down, generally. Yeah, no, we actually have enough room to jump off of there and keep the red egg intact for much longer. I need to hit that jump, of course, but we were just a tad low that time, but it's clearly doable. I just didn't even think about riding the munchers. Even though the first segment here shows you riding the munchers. It gives you plenty of information to work with. Okay, well, we have a plan now. This is just a jump here. Now here, this is just a state switch for... Wait, no, why would you do that? There we go. Okay. And then we've got a key. Good. And now the thing is, do we take a Yoshi with us to the next room? Oh, I accidentally lost a cloud. Okay, let's take a red with us. Let's see what happens. Egg. Hang on. Okay, no, but we already got it, right? So that's not a problem. Or do we need to retain an egg up to this point? Maybe we needed a Yoshi to carry an egg up to this point. Let's, think about it. GG. Oh, that's a very nice touch. That's a very nice touch. Egg into the GG. Beautifully done. Okay, here's the balloon room. And then we'll get a Yoshi for hopping on the Boom Boom down below. As we can. Oh, we can ride a cloud too if we can catch it. Free one-ups are endless. Just because. And then I think that's all we need to see over here, so. Okay. Lovely moment with the GG. Very clever. An excellent clear, yeah. Excellent level. This is Sidney Crosby, right? 87 with the Penguins colors. That's got to be what it is. And let's see. I know Coco at least has been bringing the art game, so there's going to be something to scroll for, I'm sure. EGG 10MMZ. Yeah, Shearwater was still here. Shearwater apparently is the only one here. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Yeah, like I said, we'll see how many we do today. I don't know if I'll necessarily go through the whole set or if we want to split it up into this and a shorter stream tomorrow, but we'll see how the secret hunting goes for all of the remaining levels. They might be quick, they might be long. The next one, however, is going to be Eternal. Step into his shoes and the only thing that will fear is you by his... This, of course, means Doom Guy. This is not even the first Doom level by General BB, aka Gaichi. In fact, the website description says, step into the shoes of the Doom Guy. Rip and tear to the music until it is done. General BB, of course, has recently been very heavily featured in the recent video series by Sieve Gaming, the kind of revival on Sieve's channel that was all about the research on basically randomization and locking mechanisms and cryptography levels that was largely derived by, or rather from the Mario Maker Comprehensive RNG Guide that General BB or Gaichi here had led and edited starting several years ago, so we'll see what he brought to 10MMC in the meantime. Something perhaps less cryptographic and a lot gorier. This level gave you a headache as a tester, you said, but it came out great in the end. We'll see. What exactly? I mean, I guess, yeah, it's a Doom level. We're going to shoot things. Oh, no, lost that already. Oh, we can get another boot, though, but... Yeah, music auto-scroller at a pretty slow speed. Lots of power-ups to work with, of course. We can probably... Oh, no, we have a fire flower still. Oh, we'll need to go back and get it. Lost a lot of power-ups here already. So, yeah, we'll jump off of this to earn the fire flower. If we can. Then we can shoot. Yeah, always like boss fights where if you're going to depend on a power-up, you should have a way to work for it if you need a replenishment. Okay. Well, we don't have the boot. Otherwise, I think the natural thing to do would be to try to jump off the boot and go up above and see if we can do something about maybe a scroll break on the right, but we'll consider that once we've scanned through the whole level. And let's see. Whoop. Nope. Yeah, I feel like retaining the boot has to be part of the optional objective somehow. Electrodude, you're saying I'm the goat for testing so much. I didn't test this year's at all, actually. But I have a playtester credit on Pac-Man's World, which I still have to get to, apparently. I think we just ride this into the pipe, right? No, that might just be a flower pipe, but it looks suspiciously like it's exactly the right height to ride into the pipe. No, it's not. Okay, lost the helmet, though. Yeah, we need to shoot, of course, because this is a Doom level. Oh, you mean Shearwater. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Shearwater. Fantastic contribution, as always, to the project. I'm a little behind in chat, as you can see. So. Let's make sure we can shoot things. No wonder there's high clear rate. You still need to, obviously, get through the level. I mean, there is that pipe on the right side that looks like it's potentially just an exit pipe, but I feel like we're supposed to shoot him. Because maybe that gives us something that is potentially optional if the pipe is the exit. Find another soft lock in this level and we will count it as a playtest? Yeah. I mean, I'm not outwardly trying necessarily, but we'll sometimes accidentally run into that kind of thing. Yeah. Being overstimulated by Doom, I think, is a relatively common occurrence. I actually did play through Doom 2016 last year, off stream. I haven't caught up on Eternal yet. I'm not really much of an FPS person, but I did enjoy the 2016 Doom quite a lot. Okay, so we did that, but then we still had the boot down here. Why don't we just roll the boot over and then... There we go. But I no longer have a boot. Oh, down here. There's one. Okay, but we no longer have a flower. However, we can get another flower, and then we'll go down to the red pipe. Oh yeah, this is just a... This pipe is just a dispenser for the boots, so it's not actually a secret or anything. I feel like we've definitely missed secrets from perhaps not retaining the spiny helmet or something else like that. Oh yeah, that already... It's an exit. I mean, I guess technically there are balloons at the exit, but that's not the balloon room, is it? Electrodude, yeah, you did say a little while ago you got heavily into Team Fortress 2. So yeah, the balloons at the end don't count, right? Let's look over this. Yeah, there's got to be a hidden one. And we were quite bad about retaining power-ups, so that... Well, we did note the potential scroll break out of the first section at the beginning. That's something that we didn't look at properly, so... And that requires retaining the boot. Oh, didn't expect to break that so soon. Whoops. But yeah, the last time I played Team Fortress 2 was right around the time they introduced hats, which tells you how long ago it was. But to the extent I play FPS, it's usually the kind that don't really involve a lot of shooting or aren't necessarily about shooting. And, alright, so let's keep going. Yeah, oh, no, lost a boot. No, it's got to be this. It's got to be this. I still think it's this segment here that we need to check. We need to at least check it. It looks so conspicuously like what we have to do. Whoop, lost a boot. That's okay, there's another one. There's another one soon. There we go. Oh, got a little fancy there with that note block. Yeah, Pac-Man, Return of the Obra Dinn, your favorite FPS. That's the kind that I'm talking about. Games like that, or Portal, or so on. I mean, I enjoyed Half-Life 2 a lot, but Half-Life 2 is a physics game, right? Like, it's... But again, much more about the gravity gun than anything else. But like I said, I did enjoy Doom 2016 quite a lot more than I would have expected. Oh. Okay, got the boot here. Now, so we'll try... Oh. Well, you can break this because we have the helmet. So let's not go through the pipe. Let's try to break stuff and see what we can do. Oh, there's an opening there. No, that's just a spike. Okay. That's also just a one-way panel up there. That's not it then. Okay, maybe we are fully walled off. I'm just looking at this carefully to check. I think we are fully walled off here. That's okay. Let's continue. Looks so much like a scroll break on the right. Yeah, I can see why this would require a lot of testing. I'm just looking at all the different places where it looked like we could just jump up to the music tracks. Oh, lost the boot. Was not great. Lost a hat. That's also not great. That's okay. We'll scroll ahead anyway and see if we can find anything else. There are some upper passages, actually, that I seem to have missed. Let's redo the segment. Let's just get squished here and try to scout the top. Yeah, Electro Dude, you're talking about a Demo Man rocket jumping. Maybe also one of the reasons why back when I played TF2 I did play stuff like Engineer and Spy and Demo Man. Okay, just looking up here to see what there is. Well, there's a platform up here. It's just that everything scrolls too quickly for me to actually look at the top. Oh, right, the soldier, you mean, yeah, with the rocket jumping. What was I thinking of with the Demo Man then? Anyway, like I said, it's been probably well over a dozen years since I last played, so I don't remember any of this. But yeah, there's clearly something that you can see in the upper level that I just can't seem to reach it. There are a lot of ceiling spaces, potentially, before we even get to the end here. Okay, yeah, that just kills you quickly if you try to do that. We'll take a proper look. I feel like there's a lot of potential in the upper spaces for something that we haven't seen yet. Let's remember to shoot with a fire flower. That's rather important. Yeah, I missed the opportunity once again to check up high. I feel like that little slot there was something with some potential. There's a coin up there. We'll see. And of course the boot spawn pipe in the Bowser segment, we didn't check that at all once we saw that it was boot spawning, so could be something to look at over there. But I definitely want to get at least a proper look at the ceilings here, too. A better idea of what we're dealing with. Oh. Nope, got sliced over there. Still trying to jump up around here to see what there is. Well, we can try the outer pipe here. We can see, I think we would need a boot. You know what? Once you get a boot, you should be able to reach the pipe on the top right. We can't actually reach it now because Bowser is bounded that way. But then that's a natural place to check then, because that's a sufficiently optional looking location once it gets unblocked and starts spawning boots. Flower? No. We'll get another. We'll just wait for him to walk. Or maybe drag him over a little bit. Whoop. Never mind. I get into a better position here. Jump around until it happens. Really not very tidy at all, but we'll try to clean things up a bit on our side. Okay, so we take out the boots now. Oh, rather, in a moment. At the bumper. Come on. I guess depending on how you defeat Bowser, it does affect which way you're dropping the cannon. I don't know. Maybe. Try to get a better angle here. Any angle at all, really. Let's jump this. There we go. No, we need another boot. Come on. Okay, we'll obviously check the pipe, but let's grab a flower first. You think you can soft lock if you drop the cannon right in the hole, but does Bowser walk far enough to let you do that? That is something that has some potential. You know, even without the boot, we could have just jumped on a cannon. Oh, actually, not at an entrance, interestingly enough. However, you can probably stop things using big boots. We must have missed it then. We must have... Oh, so much for that one. That's okay, it'll disappear. It'll disappear. Let's get nudged off the conveyor. Walk down here for some reason. You're saying most people just use the weak point anyway? And you thought that, but the Goomba was poking his head out from the semi-solid anyway, you said. Oh, in terms of being able to reach it. Yeah. Yeah, nothing there. Okay. We need to go through this again then. I still thought the first segment looked suspicious, but we'll have to redo it. Let me take a moment to catch up on messages in chat. Yeah, Shearwater, you were saying earlier from the discussion about testing, you have 8 completely unique iterations of this level in your core spot. Yeah. I was like that with a couple of puzzle levels in some of the older seasons, when I was testing for people a bit more heavily. We found a lot of locks back then. Oh. I don't need to kill Bowser directly. Yeah. I think I got in the habit of doing that because the first time through, of course, I was wondering if that would do anything special. I think I actually had noticed that, and we just forgot about it. Because the first time through, because I hadn't seen the exit yet, I was thinking, okay, if you actually take the time to kill Bowser, do you need something like or rather, will you get something like a key? Or look at the bridge on the left side. I think that's just in the music track section, though. The bridge tiles on the left side in that section, though. That looks like it had potential. You see? Yeah, look at that. There's definitely something that comes back down up top over there before you get pushed on the scroll. Which tells me we needed to exit around the bridge segment close to the junior fight. So we'll try for it. No, the bridge segment... Yeah, you see there's an exit in the middle. There's a... Oh, come on. That's okay. We'll jump on a bullet to do it. I don't know if we can still do it. Yeah, there's absolutely an exit through the bridge in the middle, unless it's a block. Oh, we're going to lose our opportunity to do it, I think. Easier with the boot, because you can just jump off the boot. Nope, missed it. But you can see the spot I'm aiming for. Come on. Guess we'll go for that flower. As soon as we see another bullet come our way, so we can grab that. Yeah, it's absolutely something, but we'll have to jump up there without the boot. Nope. Let's just wait for the next bullet. Hard to time this. Seems like you're obviously supposed to bounce off and then float up with the boot to do it. It's okay, we need to take the death and redo it with the boot, and we'll do it that way. But in the meantime, we'll try to bounce it. Maybe we can kind of bounce towards the blaster. No. So yeah, better just float up with the boot if we have that opportunity. And save ourselves a fair bit of time and effort. There we go. That's more like it. There we go, we got balloons. 10 MMZ. Now the thing is, can we cross at this point? No, I got squished. But you do get the Doom Guy face there to show off just how injured you are. If you haven't admired that already on the title screen. Okay, so we have essentially finished it. Unless we had anything else to see around the Bowser section. So, let's take a look at the comments. The only thing that fears you is the name of the song. You know, if we've been through Mario Maker Eternal, are we now going through Mario Maker's Dark Ages? Yeah, let's head down a bit further. And more balloons, more balloons. Okay. And yet, trust Kathy Beef to know the music levels, of course, as well. Yeah, nice to see another Doom level on Gaiji's profile after all this time. He was, of course, extremely instrumental in putting together a lot of the tech for music levels, particularly looping music levels, unlike this auto-scroller that we had here. But I can see definitely why this was a time and a half to playtest. Okay, and Shearwater was apparently neither here nor there, yeah. Let's pull up another one. And next one's going to be the one by Zach Devine. Let's pull out the code. Making decent time today. We might be able to get through a big part of the set after all. Depending. This twister seems a bit attached to you. Control the chaos and press on. On the website it says whether this may hinder or help you. Control the chaos and press on. We'll figure this out and find out exactly how much bouncing on twisters we'll have to do. Okay, so you can see the mole stack here. Oh, I see. Yeah, because you direct a mole to direct a twister location. And that's going to be what this level is about. Immediately clear. However, it is going to be with a bit of auto-scrolling, so we need to drag the mole where we want. Grab a helmet. And go for coins for the optional path, it seems. And try not to miss the twister every time. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Need to go for this nice and early, and then let's take the blooper instead of the twister for that. And then there we go, much better that time. I do see there's a coin down below. We'll go for that. Whoop. If we don't miss everything. That's okay, that just requires me to go through here. We'll see. I feel like I need that spiny hat for later, unless it was just protection. Oh, oops. Didn't want to run into that. It looks like there's a platform to go to on the top left, though. A semi-solid dangling there, so we'll find out what that's all about. I guess we have a choice of whether you use the twister or just try to avoid it unless it's necessary for moments like this one here. There we go. That went a bit cleaner this time. Anyway, we played enough Mario to know that Hammer Brothers should be hit from below. At this point, let's SMB1 wisdom for you. Oh, nothing up here, okay. But there is this coin. And we'll see just how much more we have to do here. Yeah, so we just need to drag that out for long enough that we can pass through this way. Let that come up, that's fine. And we'll just stay nice and low, keep our head down around those icicles. But we can't, whoop, that's not great. So much for our head protection. Looks like there's a bit up top that we can run towards. 4.4, and then we've got checkpoint coming up very shortly. Luckily the auto scroll stops here before things get too far out of control. Okay, 4 coins obtained up to this point. It might be 4 and 5 in a safety. We'll find out. And if it's not, we'll just have to redo it all. So, oh, here's... yeah, okay. So we drop that. But then we hit this. And then we try to stay protected up top. And just outrun the twister. While we still can. Lose the cloud here. We will go for the helmets. Lucky Dude thinks he can sneak from down below. And he's correct. Whoops. Oh, okay, yeah, this is interesting. This little bit here, that you need to drag the twister far away to get this coin. We'll take a death here because we've lost the opportunity. Yeah, you need to pull it quite a ways away so you can give yourself enough time to do the zigzag. While also contending with the ice. So yeah, drop the icicles. Oops, swung around too quickly. Well, that's a couple of additional coins accounted for at least, and we will get through those quickly if we can. Yeah, just outrun the Twister at this point, and then go for helmets when we can. Very fitting level, you're saying, considering you've been dealing with the worst snow in ages here. Yeah. I've heard that's generally been the case in Northern Europe. But, whoop. Okay, we do want to catch the cloud. And hopefully have enough uptime on it to... Oh, no. That's okay, we can still have enough time here to grab this. Get more coins to account for. Spiny helmet coming in quite handy here. Now we do want to go for the cloud before we lose the chance to pick it up. Okay, good. No, we needed to... Whoops. Oh, that was a mistake. I feel like we absolutely needed to keep the cloud here for some purpose. Of course, we don't see a use for it just yet, but why don't we just go for this? But then... Oh, no, we're missing the coin on the... Okay. We missed the one on the left. And we're down by 1 coin beyond it anyway. So we might want to take a death. Oh, we're past checkpoint at this point, though. That's very inconvenient. And we missed 2 coins, actually. We missed that one, and we probably missed one in the first section, though, I had to guess. But anyway, let's see this through to the end so we know what we're dealing with. But it looks like... On the other hand, no, this is got to be this... Yeah, no, we just missed 1 coin, I think. Because... Yeah, we really shouldn't have hit checkpoint then. Because the safety coin for the secret room obviously should be past that point. And of course this, yeah, we should not have hit checkpoint. Let's just start over. That's what the cloud is for, is heading up in that segment there. Yeah, just very thoughtlessly grabbed a checkpoint before we inspected that properly. That's okay. We know what we're in for. Yeah, we didn't really see the coin on the left until rather too late that time. I was wondering what the cloud was for, but we couldn't really find a path for it. I think it was plausible to me because that was checkpoint 2 that, you know, we might have had enough room in the level for more coins at that point, but that was not the case. Anyway, let's head out over here. And missed 30 coin over and over. 4 coins at this stage is on pace though. We should be checkpoint very shortly. Here we go. Everything else is accounted for. Clearly, yeah, after the boss room, the safety will be in another room past that point. So, let's grab some health, and we have the spiny helmet at this point, so we're not too worried about everything except, of course, for that kind of disaster. And this one, too. Okay, we'll lug this back and go over the helmet. Far too useful to have it. Okay, tug the twister way back so we can leave room for this coin. Pop out. Then... yeah, this cloud just makes it a little easier for you to get a bit of flight going up to this point. And then it will be the one remaining coin from the cloud flight That will be coming up very shortly. Oh, lost a helmet. Yeah, we tug this back, then we can have room to go for a cloud. And then, after grabbing a cloud, then we go for this one. Open space on the left there, that's nothing though. Oh, nope. Charge headlong into that, forgetting what we learned last time, which is drop the icicle first. Okay, now, well, same thing as before, just we need to remember not to run headfirst into an icicle. That will do everything else somewhat efficiently. Whoop. Okay, we'll probably lose the opportunity here. Let's... No. Okay, let's try it again. Tried to get squished there, and the twister would not let me. Okay. This way. Okay, this time we'll do a better job of tugging this far, far away. Once we get closer to where the coin is actually located. Make sure it runs left first. There we go. We can try to... Oh, no. That will not do. But if we run towards it like this, then we got it. Oh, lost it. Lost the helmet. Now this gives you an easy flight up to the next coin if we can make it in time, which we didn't, but that's okay, there's an alternative. If we're not busy hitting every icicle in sight. Next we'll be giving ourselves ample room for the cloud. Up we go. Okay, drop the icicle. And then, oh, that was close. Almost got tugged back towards it. Okay, we have everything we need. Let's grab the checkpoint properly this time, and then we'll go for maximal power-ups, even at the expense of some of those 30 coins. Okay, well here we just bumped this a few times, right? And just try not to hit this twister while Bowser Fire is coming our way. I guess we just try to bump the Piranha Plant from underneath. And we'll... What? Nope. Surprisingly tricky to hit that. There we go. We just peel off each layer until we lose everything. Oh, we are actually going to lose everything. Whoop. Now we need to hit this with good timing in order to unstack it further. Pretty good concept for an accuracy fight, actually. Let's try it again. And not forget the coin. Yeah, sometimes we'll just try to evade, but yeah, things are starting to move around, and you got a different movement pattern in each part of the stack, which is kind of nice in terms of just changing things up and varying the challenge. Yeah, occasionally we just need to take a breather here with the bumper. That was far too close. Not speeding running this one, is for sure. But it's okay. Okay, now let's not forget the coin once we get to a point where that matters. Trying to clear out fire using the helmet, actually, in advance does make a great deal of sense. And now we just need to do something about the blooper. There we go, there's the key. Oh, we have the coin here, right? Yeah, we do. MMC, however, if you do not have... wait a minute. So... let's check this. Okay, no, that's fine. Safety coin is here. I was kind of wondering, like, how do you get on that 10? We never at any point got a boot or something, but then this is the answer. And here we are. Yeah, Electro did. Kind of took me a moment to realize, okay, no, we came through a door, not through a pipe. Now, I see these blocks here that seem to signify a scroll break on the right, because we're supposed to walk the bomb over to the right side segment by getting the twister out of the way where necessary. So now we just walk it over here, right? And just let it go, and then we pull it over to bump it. There we go. Nice little interaction down here to make that happen. And we'll get the scroll break. Or this frosty looking cake. What a star. Okay. True ending. Complete. Electro Dude, you're saying that took you embarrassingly long. Oh, you mean the part where you walked the bomb at the bottom? Or something else. In any case, we got that done. And thank you so much, Zach Divine, for the level. Hope you enjoyed watching the playthrough in this wild winter whirlwind. Let's take a look at the comments. Yeah, you said turning the bomb around at the beginning can be painful. I wasn't really even looking at that, actually, until the bomb was already most of the way down, so I feel like I lucked out on that, perhaps. And, yeah, Looney's experiencing some permafrost as well, perhaps. And that's a very twisty 10 MMC from Filipino. And... oh, I guess somebody found this through Popular. And look at this. What a very happy looking twister. Just doing the twist at the party. Everybody bringing their twister designs. Hey, it looks like Shearwater was here. Imagine that. Yeah, Electro Dude, you will embrace your inner Shulk and look into the future next time, only if you're really feeling it. Okay, the next one will be J-Volt's level Starry Spiky Night. Let's just punch in the code. The star-speckled scenery distracts from the stalking spiked spheres. And the full description continues. The perfect plan to puncture a plumber. Okay, sounds very pokey. Let's see it after we've read number 67 from Zach Divine, which tells you how insulated we've been from the number 67 crowd, that we actually have not had that as a request lately. But let me bring up the reading screen and then we will continue. One of it's become resurgingly popular lately for purely numerical reasons. Anyway. Yeah, we've read this one on stream before, but that was quite a long time ago, I think. William Shakespeare, sonnet number 67. Ah, wherefore with infection should he live, and with his presence grace impiety, that sin by him advantage should achieve, and lace itself with his society? Why should false painting imitate his cheek, and steal dead seeing of his living hue? Why should poor beauty indirectly seek roses of shadow, since his rose is true? Why should he live, now nature bankrupt is, beggared of blood to blush through lively veins? For she hath no exchequer now but his, and proud of many lives lives upon his gains. Oh, him she stores, to show what wealth she had, in days long since, for these last so bad. A little hiccup there along the way, but we made it through. Yeah, Shearwater, we would totally read Sonnet 420, but Shakespeare didn't actually write that many. So we'll have to do that with Emily Dickinson or something, because she's got over 1,000. Actually, you know what? Okay, you know what? Actually, let's do this as a little bonus, just because Shearwater put in so much playtesting. We don't have a William Shakespeare number 420, but since I mentioned it, this is Emily Dickinson number 420. You'll know it as you know 'tis noon, by glory as you do the sun, by glory as you will in heaven know God the Father and the Son. By intuition mightiest things assert themselves, and not by terms. I'm midnight, need the midnight say. I'm sunrise, need the majesty. Omnipotence had not a tongue, his lip is lightning and the sun. His conversation with the sea, how shall you know? Consult your eye. Yeah, why didn't Shakespeare just make more sonnets? I mean, the conspiracy theory is that Shakespeare was actually written by, you know, an LLM that was sent back in time, pretending to be either Francis Bacon or the Earl of Oxford, right? So let's play Starry Spiky Night. And thank you so much for the bits. Okay. Here we go. Oh, did I skip an extra redemption? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Electro Dude, you saw it. You said number 69. Yeah, I totally missed that in the chat. That got buried. Let me pull that up before we get too deep into getting spiked. We've actually had 69 requested many, many times, as you might imagine. Okay, William Shakespeare, sonnet number 69. Those parts of thee that the world's eye doth view want nothing that the thought of hearts can mend. All tongues the voice of souls give thee that due, uttering bare truth, even so as foes commend. Thy outward thus with outward praise is crowned, but those same tongues that give thee so thine own, in other accents do this praise confound by seeing farther than the eye hath shown. They look into the beauty of thy mind, and that, in guess, they measure by thy deeds. Then churls their thoughts, although their eyes were kind to thy fair flower, at rank smell of weeds. But why thy odor matcheth not thy show? The soil is this, that thou dost common grow. Okay. Yeah, most of Shakespeare's sonnets were actually about level design, as we know, so. Let's toggle this, and then we'll write it back. And then send it down and see if we need it for anything. There we go. Oh, whoops. Had a bad spin there. Anyway, 5 coins to collect. We'll get through what we can. Oh. Just need to be careful with our positioning on the spins here. Just gauging the height accurately is part of the battle here. Let's lead it over this way first. That seems to be the idea. All the way over, and then we lead it back. And then we just come out this way. Great. And Zach Divine, you said, well, let me get to a point of safety first before I read the chat. Thank you for playing your level. You're going to go to sleep now. Yeah, have a good sleep. Hope you enjoy many other playthroughs on video as people get to these. Electro Dude, you said this level had a crazy glow up. Much respect to J-Volt for sticking through so much feedback and ending up with a genuinely great level. Yeah. I mean, for those of us just on the playing end, as long as you get to the desired result, you know, it doesn't matter too much how much sweat there was along the way. As long as you're proud of what came out in the end. Oops. And you said J-Volt's level went through about 10 times as many iterations as Sketch's. Yeah, that seems impressive. Yeah, the thing about Sketch's levels, though, is that, you know, it's clear pretty early if conceptually it's going to work, and you just kind of make sure it doesn't break too much, right? But then a level like this one, I can definitely imagine that with this mechanic, there's a lot of conceptual stuff to work out about the kinds of challenges that are being built, and just to get the reading and the spacing right. Where, you know, you're bouncing on spike balls, okay, sure, that's simple enough, but in terms of having a good variety of ways to move it back and forth in ways that are legible to the player. Well, let's do this, okay. Yeah, something's coming out the pipe in the center, yellow pipe rather, and then we'll... Oh. Gotta get on this over here. And then that should finish unstacking it, then we go through the center. And you're saying this level is unrecognizable compared to the original versions? Electrodude, you said you managed to teach him to ease the player into stuff while also having interesting challenges. Yeah. I'm not too familiar with J-Volt relative to a lot of the other makers in the project, so... don't know how this compares to the usual, but... whoops. But it does look like I have ample time to read things as they come, for sure. Like the drop into the house segment. And even just the door here, you know, you got lots of time to just take in what you're dealing with. And then... oh. Scroll's gonna pick up here. Yeah, auto-scroll pacing is always a thing to watch out for as well, of course. Just gonna wrap around this way, great. Whoops. Yeah, when you have an auto-scroll segment like this where you're still at the mercy of the pace of the spike ball and players' control over the switches and hitting things successfully, there's definitely a fine art to when you're going to adjust the speed. Is it previous versions of sections that were too long? Yeah, I don't mind long sections necessarily. It's more... you can definitely tell how at this point this level has been fine-tuned in such a way that there's a lot of variety to each of the obstacles as you punch through them. You know, you have a lot of similar ideas here, like these tight jumps over here. Okay, so hang on. I feel like, oh yeah, no, we were way off pace in terms of leading the spike ball far enough. I saw what was going on at the point, but it was too late to actually fix it because I was fixating mostly on the coin. Originally, it was in SMB style. Oh, with no spin jumps, really? Okay. That seems like it was many, many spike balls ago. By the sound of it. Oh, whoops. Let's follow the coins before we hit that conveyor. So yeah, we were too late on the on-off switch in the death that got the furthest in this attempt. Because by that point the spike ball was off screen and we were no longer able to escort it forward, so we just need to play it a little bit cleaner. Oh, there we go. Let's roll it forward. And then, yeah, just tapping it lightly on the left side there to get around. Makes a little bit of finesse, but we got it. And here, we just need to watch carefully and understand what's going to happen here. On-off switch. Okay, now we got it. We get ahead of it until it comes here, and then we get on. I was going to take care of the muncher, so we just need to jump off like that. Great. Checkpoint on the left, coin on the right. So we take the coin, obviously. And oh, that's a nice way to do it, actually. That you have the optional objective be dependent on skipping the checkpoint for the boss. I like that. I always like concepts like that, where you get rewarded for doing things in longer stretches. We actually don't see that kind of optional objective often enough in Maker 2, I think. Where you just need a bit of a longer run back. And that's how you earn the reward. So you just get rewarded for consistency in this section. As anybody who watched my run through Silksong knows, I'm a lot more tolerant of long segments and long runbacks and long checkpoint placements than many other players are. But I feel like having that optional placement for it works well here. You know what? We could have just done an up throw on the spring. We don't need to jump on it like that. This time is of the essence here. Whoops. Electro Dude, you started Silksong the other day. Yeah, I know you went through the first Hollow Knight at length sometime in the last few months, if I'm not mistaken. I might need to get back to it at some point when the Switch 2 edition comes out. Whoops. I did play Silksong to a very complete 100%. But I actually never did Hollow Knight to the original 112 plus Godmaster Pantheons and so on. So that might be something to go back to at some point. I'm told that a lot of people found Silksong harder. But there's a bunch of stuff in the first Hollow Knight I've never beaten, so... Yeah, absolutely wonderful game, though. Really looking forward to the expansion later this century. Okay, good. We actually got that bounce. Thumb injury made it a bit yikes. Yeah, no, I actually do know someone whose run through Silksong was interrupted by a major but theoretically temporary disability where he just could not play, and he was about 40 hours in at a time, and so, you know, by the time he gets back to it, he'll probably have to start over. So we need to protect the spike ball in between. We know that. I was just too busy watching the boss. We've been pretty close to the third hit on a couple of occasions. We just need to make sure we balance the spike ball in the middle, which is a good concept. One of those where you just need to watch multiple places on the level at once. A little behind scroll pace here, but that's okay, we'll catch up. Yeah, the thing about Silksong is there are definitely a few later fights where you kind of physically want to be in shape. But again, the important thing is that we cleared it, which is more than I accomplished in the first Hollow Knight when it comes to clearing absolutely all of the bosses. That spike ball comes so close to floating to the on-off switches on the right on the way down. I can kind of see how that was absolutely constrained on the spacing of the level in terms of just how wide you're allowed to build, how narrow as well. We keep missing. Yeah, it's pretty gentle, but it is a, you know, watch a bit of everything at once fight, and as you can see, if you just dodge poorly in such a way that you tug the spike ball too far, then you just get rolled, I guess. Allegedly, you said all of the MMC testing and coding and stressing the number in your physique and mental, but it's getting better yet. Yeah, it's a huge responsibility, as you discovered firsthand, to be the project lead on one of these, and it's not surprising that some people will just kind of take their turn with it and sit back. I remember back in 5.6YMM that year, Kavik was already saying that he wanted to be a bit more hands-off and be more like an executive producer than a director and let other people take the lead on most of the playtesting. And by sitting back and letting other people take the lead, he still put in like 300 hours of playtesting that season, and it just goes to show, right, that when you're finally responsible for all those approvals, that there's a lot involved, even with the considerable assistance of other testers and makers on the project. So. Especially with things like MMC and YMM before it, where everybody's going to be sometimes, to some extent, a little conceptually innovative or out of the box. You're not just doing box standard platforming, where you can just kind of tell on site if everything is going to work. Okay. Yeah, you're saying you have no idea how Kavik managed to do this for 6 years while being, yeah, very directly hands-on the supervision. Whoops. And didn't have to do the sight in the trailers. Yeah, I know that, you know, that year to year, of course, it's been great that we've been able to get a team together. And moreover, that somebody was able to, in each iteration, take some of the organizing role, which was actually heavier on you than in some years past, I think, in terms of some of the responsibilities for things like the trailer as well, because we I've actually had, I think, less division of labor there than we used to when it comes to the promotional side. But yeah, I kind of understood that this year, because it was year number 10, that there was obviously a lot of interest in wanting to make sure this got over the line, and it's very hard to say that that would be the case for an 11th year. Oop. We should just jump that. Oop, come on. No, no. I was trying to set it down and we were repeatedly off. I do feel like the time is kind of right for Maker 3. That in earlier years I would have said, okay, no, that's fine, we can have a little more distance, but I'm beginning to think that the time is right. And I just hope that we don't have a repeat of what happened in 2019 where it was right next to Fire Emblem, because Fire Emblem has a way of taking me off everything else for weeks, and that's what happened with Maker 2, although I got back into Maker 2 in a very big way, especially when I started streaming. Especially with the content patch that introduced all the Koopalings. That was what kind of really retained me for the long term. Although at that point, I guess I was already working on 4YMM, so I was, you know, involved, but a lot of things had to happen in exactly the right time and place for me to have taken this much of an interest in Maker 2 and stuck with it for this long, even though I haven't myself shipped the level in quite a long time. But yeah, at this point, I know a lot of people are just kind of, you know, finishing up things like long-term projects like Super Worlds that they already had on the go, and or filling in 100 levels in their profile or other benchmarks that they wanted to hit. And that, I think even for a lot of very dedicated makers, that at this point people have a bit of a mental exit plan. And we're still seeing enough good concepts from good makers come in that there's a lot that deserves attention, there's a lot that we need to catch up on, and it's the right kind of circumstance for a Maker 3 to happen before there is too much community attrition, I think, because I think it was kind of early 2024 that I really noticed a seasonal drop-off. Because prior to that, you know, you still had a decent number of new makers or reactivated makers kind of replacing the ones that were drifting away, but definitely from what I was seeing from viewer levels, there was one Christmas to New Year transition around 24, I think, when things really did seem to fall off a bit. And I do think that it should be a Maker 3, not just a Switch 2 edition of Maker 2. Unless it's a considerable expansion. The way that we're seeing for other rejuvenated games like Animal Crossing. But, you know, it makes more sense to do a big Switch 2 expansion when you've got a really huge install base that is still in some ways active. Maker 2 has a very healthy install base, but that isn't necessarily in the same stratosphere as something like Animal Crossing in terms of, you know, the incentive for people to keep their existing files in progress. And yeah, we'll catch up on more of what you said in the chat in just a moment. Let me just finish the balloon room first, and we'll catch up on what Shearwater was saying as well. Anyway, here's the balloon room. Spike is just here to hold the balloon. And, well, let's continue and see what else we'll have here. All the way up. And all the way down. Not getting those P-balloons, though, from the looks of it. I don't think we can reach anything, so we'll take those P-balloons as filling in the balloon count. For lack of space. Yeah, and as Shearwater was saying, it doesn't help that the number of judges goes down every year. Yeah, it's a big volunteer responsibility, whether you're involved on the maker side or not. And yeah, Electric Dude, you know, you took on more responsibility for yourself when it comes to things like the trailer. I'm glad Duffy was still involved on the voice side, of course. It really adds a great deal of continuity to all of this. And the trailers didn't really take off as a tradition until the Maker 2 era, as I remember. Back in 123 YMM, they were mostly launched on Reddit. And but then starting with Year 4, there was a real full-bore production with Lecter and Duffy and everyone coming in. Yeah, the thing about N11 MMC Shearwater is that it does visibly bring in a lot of interest in terms of getting the levels played, and if you have some confidence in a shared event where your levels will get played, you, I think, would naturally feel more encouraged to work on something and deliver a concept that you've been saving up, right? Because I think a lot of people who used to have thousands or tens of thousands of plays, they come back after a few years and they realize that few of the people who follow them are active anymore, so either they hit the leaderboard or they don't. And they launch something new. And that by the time they finish their massive super worlds or whatever, that a lot of player interest has waned. So when you have something like an event that is sure to get some visibility and streamer interest, and which still has enough brand recognition to get people like Panga playing, for instance, then that gives you more of a reason to deliver what you've been saving up. But it is true that it requires a lot of people to make it happen, or at least a few very, very dedicated people, like, as Electric Dude was saying, at least the 2 active judges. With, yeah, you and Shearwater and Zach and Sacha this year. You were saying you never realized a death pit in that room is pointless. A death pit? In the boss room or in a different room? But anyway. Okay, let's keep going. We're still pretty early on in the stream. I was wondering what our pace would be today, but we've gotten a chunk done already, so let's push on and see how we do with the rest. If we can get through it. Conducive Carcass. For a moment, I totally misread this as Conductive Carcass. Okay, B. Suzuki. Uploading this on his first profile. I know he's been on his second profile for some time now. But we featured his Super World at one point on the stream, I think, and have really enjoyed his levels whenever they've come up over the last few years. And so, very glad to have him in TEM MMC, and we'll see what he has delivered this time. And yeah, you made the same mistake as well by reading Conducive as Conductive, I guess. We'll see. And yeah, the website description matches this one, so let's just dive in and play. This is level number 13, so we've got 4 more after this. The trailer says it as conductive, and the site almost does as well. Well, we'll see conceptually if it actually is conductive, or if it's merely conducive to getting through the level. Okay, oh, I totally didn't take the time to read this concept. But yeah, you pick that up, you jump through here. I totally did not read the tutorial room at all. I see, you jump into it, and then that makes something happen, so... Interesting. That's... Oh, I see. No, it's because of the entity limit interaction. We noticed because of the bone shell spawning behavior from pipes as well, that when you jump into one of these, it takes it off the limit. That's how this works. But then you need to spawn something and keep it spawned, right? So I think we have to kill the shell. No, we don't. Because when you're in the shell, you get that. I was hoping that we could just kill the shell. Hang on. Oh, I see. No, you carry the spring on the thwomp. That's what you do. And then, yeah, and then you lower that. Yeah, okay. So, we know how that works, but then we need to send the thwomp over first. Then we let one land. But then we need to time it better, so. Let the thwomp go first. And then... but then we need to jump on it as it's crossing the door. Okay, that's fine. Lots of time to read this properly and sort it out. Oh, late. Okay. There we go. Kevin Light Blue Yoshi, our viewer levels coming back at some point. We had scheduling issues for much of the last few months. Partly because we were getting through some really big games, and partly because my old time that I did for viewer levels stopped being available for a while. And actually, the kind of Saturday to Sunday time, this season we will mainly be using it for Scrabble, but I'm trying to reassign viewer levels to a different regular day. It might be Friday night, Saturday morning, depending on time zone. But it depends, because, you know, we'll have some other games we schedule in the meantime as well. And in terms of Maker, I have lots of stuff I want to catch up on first, with some people delivering major projects like Super Worlds in recent months that I want to get through first while I can. But viewer levels will come back at some point. We still owe some people some playtesting here and there for ongoing projects, so... Oh, whoops. Oh, we bounced a thwomp. That was interesting. We bounced a thwomp repeatedly, which is interesting. Okay. Hang on. Let's watch the timing here. Oh, wow. The thwomp goes really fast now. Let's, Oh, right, because we actually peeled the parachute. Didn't we? Let's redo this. That's interesting. What if that picked up when testing? Doesn't affect the way back, at least. Okay. This drops from the pipe, and it also drops to the thwomp. We need the thwomp on the right side. Drops Goombas. Okay. Then we bounce on a Goomba. Bouncing on a Goomba moves the thwomp. Thwomp will retrace after that, right? Yeah, you got the parachute on here. Pushes the Goomba, then we jump on the Goomba this way. That's exactly as planned. That works. Okay, so we don't know what's coming out of the pipes until we jump on them, so we just have to jump on them. However, if we take the thwomp over this way, then at least we know there will be some kind of push involved. We need to unblock the pipe on the left first. The purpose of this is to unblock the left. We've got bones. And then... what about that pipe in the middle, then? What is that all about? I feel like that's important, that we were supposed to unblock maybe two things by... no, you can't jump onto bones, though. But you can get back on the shell after the bones have spawned. And maybe, depending on the entity limit sequence, you get a second thing on the pipe. I want to see what's up with the second red pipe. We have to redo. Yeah, Shearwater, you found that the parachute interaction with the spring in your testing? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't hurt anything. I mean, the level still works. Mostly. Ooh, we got it. A very centered drop that time. That was Much better than what we did before. Okay. Push. Walk it over. Very satisfying room there. And yeah, Electro Dude, you said you used a mechanic for the GDQ level with the parachute peeling? I seem to recall that. Okay, we need to move the Thwomp first. But then... Okay, that sends over and it sinks, but then... What is up with a second pipe then? That seems important. In a way I can't quite place. Well, if anything does spawn from this pipe, I feel like we would have... Oh, that was a mistake. Seen it happen, but we'll enter this. Ah, it's an exit pipe. That's what it is. That's the balloon room. And we can make this flash. Yeah, that's the clue. It's an exit pipe. That's what it is. Okay, well that's accounted for. Let's do this properly. And fall in. And we've got a checkpoint here. Okay, so now it's going to affect the spawning of the switch toggle. Whenever we hop into the shell. Oh, no, too late. Yeah, we have to hit the question block on the left side. No, we didn't think about this thoroughly. Sometimes we need to do just a short hop out of the shell so we can toggle once more. See, just like that. There we go. That's gotta be key. Staggered that a little bit too much there with the way the beams were firing. Yeah, as long as you're in the shell, it keeps on firing and switching. That's the thing. Because as long as you're in the shell, it's been removed from the entity limit. Okay, so whoops, missed. So that's the way to think about it, is that you can just ride the shell and let the switch do its business and then just leave it the right state. You don't need to constantly jump or anything. And then we exit. Okay, so bone shell on the right. But we need to get out of there quickly because of the flame. And it's going to be key on the left. But we need it in the off state in order to jump to this shell on the left. Jumping to the shell on the left, if we have the correct state, will get us access to the key. Okay. Let the flame go first. Then we switch again on the right side. Okay, very neat. Now, yeah. We need to fall in there, switch to state once. Well, let's find out. Nope, too late. Yeah, we actually just want to hop over one on the right and then wait long enough to switch everything back. Just need to wait patiently for the state that we want. And we can get out fairly easily. Okay, and wait. And then wait. Yeah, I don't want to rush this one. Let's just let the flame go. Interesting, the burners up top also alternating as a purely visual indication. Okay, this one. Let's get out. No, that was poorly timed. We do need to just get out instantly. And rethink that one in general. We have a method worked out for this segment at least. We'll wait. Okay, now, again, we will just wait an extra cycle here for caution. And RLVG, we're not playing viewer levels today, no. We're doing a community project. We're doing the 10th Mario Maker Celebration. Currently on level 13 out of 17. And I think we linked the codes in the chat, but I'll just have it for you here. Oh, the lecture did beat me to it. Okay. Yeah, viewer levels will return to the stream at some point. It might not be too soon, because we've got lots to do in the meantime, but we did used to do it on a pretty weekly basis. We'll hopefully return to that pattern again at some point. Whoops. If I left myself a bit more space there, that actually would have been correct. And yeah, the 10th anniversary would have been back in September. Mario Maker 2 launched in June, but as with some of the previous years, it did take a while for interested and involved makers to put together the package of levels that you see, so, you know, it was within the same year. There have been some in the past that have been delayed worse than that. But yeah, the original Mario Maker 1 did launch in September of 2015. This September, well, I was certainly busy with Silksong. I think that was probably true of quite a lot of people as well, given the considerable overlap between the Mario Maker and Hollow Knight crowd. Okay. You missed Mario Maker 1 so much. Oh yeah, so do I. We spent a lot of time in 2024 streaming it before it shut down. Mario Maker 1 was my most played video game of 2024, I think. If I think about it. And I wish I had put in more time. I wish I actually had more time to do even more than we did. And there's so much that's quite unique about it that, despite its limitations and despite some of the quirks of the time, and there's so many things that could not be duplicated in 2. And just a very different kind of community in general, too, if you go back to the kind of levels that were being made, circulated. Yeah, I also wish I played more when they announced the shutdown, and I played it for hundreds of hours when they announced the shutdown. I feel like that was not nearly enough to do what I wanted in Maker 1. There were a lot of things on my list of things I wanted to do in Maker 1 that I just did not get to. Okay, we have a free hand to land and exit at this point. Great. There we go. Just needed to map that out accurately. We had seen it a few times. This just makes sure that you fix the switch here in case you exited in the wrong state in the previous room. Now we see a bossy segment. So something is going to come out of the pipe on the left. We'll see what happens when we jump into shell. More shells come. Okay. Let me think about this. Let's jump back over to the other one because then we kick it like this. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't see that it was a slope under the bumper. That makes sense. And then now it just adds a bit more of a challenge with each state switch by adding more Poto Boost to the mix. And then we just kick it. I don't think we need to be more careful than that. We just need to kick it 3 times. And now we need to be a bit more careful because of the way this one is coming through the middle. But it just means we need to be a bit more cautious when we're doing the push. And then there we go, there's the push. That should be it. And then, okay, good, that didn't roll on top of me. And there we are. Oh, yeah, totally didn't check that red pipe. That's okay, we already found a balloon room. So. 12 one-ups for Endless. Look at this little block here. Oh, just a coin. Let's not miss the flag. Yeah, I guess RLVG, if you're talking about the camera movement with the rule for when the camera pans up when you land on a platform, there was one level that I remember very well in, I think, 2 YMM. It was the Cape puzzle level that was by Iris, also known as Death to Spies, that used that camera movement specifically. And I remember that really standing out to me when I went back to that level, because it was a puzzle concept with the Cape that essentially only worked with the old camera movement. And there was a bunch of stuff like that when we went back to Maker 1, where the concepts just could not be ported to this game. And yeah, Electrodude, of course, some other changes as well, like the blasters not stretching all the way up to the top. And Shearwater, I guess you weren't around for Maker 1 to mess around with the Amiibo costumes, but they served a really essential function in the game, and that there's a lot of interest with both makers as well as players, especially more casual players, where they really sometimes want to get into the thematic elements of a level where they don't mind things just all playing traditionally or playing close to each other, mechanically speaking, as long as there's enough thematic variety to keep things interesting and to keep the levels memorable, right? And there's a lot of that dropped out with Maker 2, where the gameplay out of the gate in Maker 2 was much more polished all around from a platforming perspective. And mechanically, there's a lot more you can do with it, but it does have a problem with levels looking too similar. And there were a lot of changes from Maker 1 to Maker 2, the Amiibo costumes being one of them, the various stacking rules being another, that I think created problems for Maker 2 in the long term by having levels be difficult to distinguish visually, even if they played very different from one another when you get your hands on them. There's no mistaking this level, though, that we saw here. Oh, look at this drowning dry bones over here. Did they drown? Not really. But they hang around and wait for balloons. And yeah, definitely some things in the sound effects set that I missed in the first game as well. It's funny because some things that I'm sure frustrated players at the time seem really quite appealingly quaint about Maker 1 now, like the rare chance of having to sit through the long, long death sequence of Mario falling all the way down to steps, right? You don't want to see that all the time, but when you go back to Maker 1 now, that kind of thing that gives the game a little bit of extra flavor really stands out. Okay, let's keep going to the next level. We have got 4 more to go. The next one is going to be a Zelda dungeon level. And we'll punch in the code. I'll try to keep up with the chat in the meantime. Bomb flowers bloom by Coco. Bombs are essential in a temple. However, Link doesn't have a bomb bag. And yeah, Natcat, there are a number of level creators that are still really good at making thematic levels. Yeah, that's very true. And I'm hoping to catch up on a couple of them at some point. I have a few codes in that category written down as well. And let's play. Yeah, Electro Dude, I really need to play more of Coco's levels. I've been aware of Coco as a maker for a very long time, but we've actually played relatively few Coco levels, considering how much of this game I've seen. Okay, so let's grab a sword and get through the little temple opening here. We want to bomb the ice under the Muncher within that 2-tile radius, and we'll proceed. Yeah, we haven't seen too many sprawling exploration levels in this particular project. Now, it looks like we need... Oh, whoops, hang on. Let's to grab a sword, first of all. On that side. Then we need a location where we're actually pulling out the bomb, which will not be there. We'll need to figure out how to send it forward. Yeah, it looks like it'll be a bit of a long sequence here of placing everything such that it raises this platform in the center, then you have something to land on in order to make a bomb later on. So we pull out here, throw, and then we go up to continue the sequence. Then we have something to land on for this row. The one-way panel will point to where we need to line things up if we do things with slightly better timing. Whoops. Hang on. But yeah, there are a couple of makers that I want to go through pretty comprehensively at some point that had fallen into cracks for me over the years. Partly it's kind of a time zone or streaming time issue sometimes where... And with the Japanese makers, it's a language issue as well, where, you know, I try to make a conscious effort to play more of the Japanese and Korean makers and others who have a little bit more difficulty networking with the English side of the scene. Okay, so we're going to come through here, but then we need to get that key. Now, maybe there's an interaction where we need to come back. Let's see if we can actually reverse through this. We should be able to, because it's a water level with the pipes. So we need to go through there with the key, but in order to do that, we will need to first complete this sequence. Interesting, you got this over here. We need to tap with this sword. And then we'll start completing the right side. Which then allows me to toggle. And then we would need another switch toggle in order to raise this. So we're not doing that yet, but we want to go back for the key at some point. It looks like there's going to be a big loop back, potentially. And then we'll just take out the plant first, I think, and that will allow me to at least toss. Oops. If we mind that burner. Why don't we just shoot that with the arrow? Oh, no, because it was blocked by the one-way panel. Okay. Things have been rigorously playtested around here. Let's toggle that so we can raise this platform. Oh, all the way up, yeah. Yeah, NatCat, I feel like you know a lot of the really thematically oriented makers more than I do. You've introduced me to a few, for sure. We're going to try to get back to a more regular schedule this year, I think. But we'll see. Things have been a little hit and miss. Yeah, so we need a key, but we needed to go back for the key. I was kind of wondering if any interaction here would reveal more about what to do with the key on that side, but I think we just need to, first of all, oh, whoops, no, hang on. That was not the right idea, but, oh, I see, yeah, no, the state switch takes that up. Yeah, I didn't think a link bomb could go through anyway. It's not a standard bomb. You can't just hot potato it. But it was the state switch all along. You know what? We actually should just swim next to that thing since we can refresh the sword anyway. We don't need to throw necessarily. We have better positioning if we just walk it. Oh, whoops. Forgot to take the key. Well, didn't forget, rather. I just missed when I aimed. And yeah, sure, Water, we'll play through your janky messes at some point, I'm sure. I know you're at least on your second profile by now, right? Because I know that your levels this year were uploaded to a profile from 2025. There are a couple of makers where, you know, we lost track of when they started new profiles because we hadn't even finished our first ones yet. We already have the key, we had the door earlier. I think we just need to redo this, some of the sequence. We can pop this. Yeah, we should have gotten the key earlier before we did too much of this. Because now we need to redo. That's okay. Whoops. But we didn't quite see how things were going to unfold up to that point, so... We'll do that. Now, what happens if I toggle the on-off switch again before I go through the door? Let's find out. And, okay, so things shattered up here. There's a pipe up here, but then... Lost pipe over here. Notice that there is an additional hard block to break down below. That seems to have a pink coin glowing beneath it. That will be a consideration for later. At the moment, I guess we need to go through, and eventually there'll be some kind of big drop through here, perhaps. We might run out of time before we see it. And yeah, sure, why do you want to remaster some levels from 2024? Yeah, my problem in terms of actually delivering some levels was that I had far too many concepts that I'd never successfully managed to turn into an actual level design. Like, I'd have the mechanics down, but the way to actually make them readable and playable just never came together. So, totally understand the feeling. Okay, here, again, we can just stand next to this and hope not run into the blade. We're going to be out of time anyway, so let's take this for a moment. Now, we unblock that, but then does that mean that I just need to swim through it? Let's find out. A lot of coins here that we've been scouting out. And we'll need to lower this, of course, but we would need to stand on top of it first. Now, we have 30 seconds to see this, but do it. Then that gets lowered, but then that's because in another room, I'm sure. So that's scroll locked. But even though it is scroll locked, it will affect probably the room with the one-way panels on top left. Because the camera is locked in that room, but it will still affect other things. Like if we go back here, we might be able to see it come down before time expires. There we go, exactly as planned. And then that's how you continue, yeah. So you just have to understand that this room is actually connected to the one up top. Which is a level of spatial awareness between rooms that is very much a feature of Zelda Dungeons, but which is rarely tested in Mario Maker. And I do always find that when dungeon-style levels in Mario Maker make use of that spatial sense of understanding how rooms connect, then that's when they most accurately convey the Zelda flavor. Okay, now... yeah, we'll have lots of coins to get to at some point, of course. Let's just knock this. And we'll grab the sword in the next room instead. I'm sure we'll all be very excited to see Maker 3 announced so we can think about all of the great creations from Maker 2 that we intend to remaster, only to realize that all of the mechanics are broken in Maker 3 in incomprehensible ways. When there is eventually a Maker 3, I would expect a lot of things like what we currently have with Entity Tech and what we understand about spawning and loading, etc., to break pretty considerably. Like, I would not trust that to be retained between games. Even with things like how the limits and the global ground, etc., were adjusted going from 1 to 2 already. And particularly with things like RNG seeding as well, like you could absolutely see that just being completely overhauled from scratch. And we'll start looking back at Maker 2 like Maker 1, you know, back when all this stuff actually worked. Okay, there were a lot of coins that we missed, so we're going to scan for coins before we do anything else, because, like that one up top, for instance. 4 optional coins in this level, we've picked up none of them so far, but there were a few spots absolutely worth checking. And we'll just see if we are still able to catch all of them in sequence between checkpoints. Okay, boss room here. Maybe after you exit this, you'll be able to find the next coin. We missed a lot of stuff, I think. Anyway, we'll grab a bomb and dock underneath. And then grab another sword. Of course, it's cleaner if you just throw the bombs, but who wants to do that? Let's see here. And yeah, absolutely. That's, you know, with the music. Auto-scroll music, I think, is going to be pretty simple to reconstruct because the same principles are always just going to apply. But there's a bunch of stuff specific to how the global loops work that could be pretty susceptible to engine changes under the hood. Okay, so we'll get that. We still need to be on the lookout for more coins, so let's go through here first. Yeah, I just have a Mario Paint style music editor built right in, right? That solves all kinds of things. I'm going to look around a little bit more first, because I did see the coin that was out of reach underneath the hard block earlier, but I didn't see a way to reach it. I do want to look around for moments before we continue too far. I think we already missed some of those opportunities, so let's look around just a little bit more here. But then we'll proceed. The guy definitely missed a few things. I'm trying to remember which room they were in. Look at this. When you come back here, you get this 1-up mushroom in the current state that we definitely didn't see previously. That's right. We'll keep going, and we'll explore as necessary. And see where this takes us. Okay, so that's going to come down. Hard block over here is going to push that away. All right. 10 MMC. But then, yeah, you got this massive flower design on the right. We've had nowhere to land on yet for breaking more things. So, yeah, I did see that there is another bomb location underneath at this point, so we'll see if we can detonate that in time. It's gonna be tricky. Maybe we throw it instantly. Then we lower that, and that's only 2. But we do see some balloons. Put a 10. Still only 2 coins though, so there's still more to catch. Somewhere along the way. Love how the munchers, heavy as they are, having the balloons pinned down. Okay, let's go through here. Okay, even if there is custom music, I'm sure there's still more reason to do auto scrolls to overlay even more custom sounds and interactions over that. We'll see, though. I mean, you know, part of the pleasure of Mario Maker is just doing things with the Mario Maker toolkit that are not platforming, so... Alright, so... with this big plant design over here, we need to do something about that on-off switch. We cannot just walk up to this with the bomb, but there is a bridge segment that we can land us on. And then, yeah, we do a little point of damage that way. And then we hit this on the way down, because then we don't have to deal with it. And then we'll see... oh, no, I hit. That's okay, we've got more swords. Noticed a brick in the bottom right corner as well. Over the pipe. Oh, that's just the exit then, I guess. Oop. I guess eventually, yeah, we just hit something that will give us a... whoops. Not a key necessarily, but a P-switch perhaps for the exit. See that happening. Yeah, so P-switch, is it an infinite P-switch? I'm trying to see what we can do with the right side, because... oh, no, the P-switch... yeah, no, that's the right side, the bottom brick just released the infinite P-switch. Okay, in that case, we can't really do much here. Now, so we missed 1 coin, and so... oh no, the coin is actually up top here, so we just need to blow it up without accidentally touching the flagpole. We need to blow up the ice, though, without accidentally touching the flagpoles. Let's... I don't want to get too close to it. But, hang on. But there is a place to actually throw at this point, so we can just throw. Oh, there we go. It was inaccurate, but we got it. 27 seconds to enjoy whatever is on the other side here before we time out. And after to redo everything. There is, however, a place to bomb here. We can't do it on top of the vines for obvious reasons with the up input. 12 seconds. Let's see what this is. There's more. Okay, 8 seconds. We actually do need to get out before we enjoy that pixel design too much. 4, 3, 2. We're totally not going to make it. Oh, wrong exit. There we go. Yeah, more programmable triggers, Electrodude, obviously, would be great. Yeah, speaking of what's auto-scroll and sounds would be used for. In Maker 1, there was this one level by Ragnarok X very, very early in the life of the game, back in 2015, I think, when he synchronized auto-scroll sound effects with chain chomps in his levels to make it sound like the whole way that the chain chomps were kind of barking on command. And it was one of the really early examples of auto-scroll sound effects, like not music tracks, but sound effects specifically that I can think of. And that kind of stuff could still coexist with a music editor for sure. Oh. Okay. Anyway, we got knocked back quite a ways, as you can see. And we also took key death, of course, so we'll not see the bonus room a second time. Because we, yeah, lost the coins after bonus room. That's okay. Let's just finish it properly, since we didn't actually register to clear. Interesting that there actually is anti-key death to give you the key, though. If you do have the coin failure, that was something that was accounted for. In case somebody did exactly the thing that I did and failed in that location. That's very considerate, actually, you know, to have the anti-key death only for the bonus room. For the specific event that you get the coin on top of the flag and still die before you hit the flag. That very, very specific interaction. So, very thoughtful. I'd love to do that. Okay, entity limits. Should be taken care of soon. There we go. Yeah, and then at this point, I mean, we can see the bonus room again if we want, since we have time to actually read it properly this time. And yeah, look at this, you have to stand on the pipe. Get around the little cake here. So that is on Dewdog, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't really get a chance to take a look at this carefully the first time. Because we hit the wrong door, and then... Yeah, I mean, we can still try to get the top of the flag if we really care, but... There we go, I actually did that cleanly this time in one shot. And we'll take the clear. Thank you, bit of GG's. Yeah, definitely we have to do a big Coco catch-up at some point. And, oh, we didn't look at the comment art. Given how much effort Coco put into comment art on everybody else's level, surely we need to pay that level the respect of inspecting it properly. So let's go back to it quickly. And just look at the comments. And, oh yeah, I actually got the maker code here. Oops. There we go. Yeah, really glad we had a Zelda dungeon to break things up this time around. Because I know it was a bit of a concern that There wasn't as much on a bit of a puzzle pacing this time. I think the standout moment definitely is that interconnection between rooms is part of the solution. Easy to walk through, easy to figure out, but still very thoughtfully put together. What even is this? I don't know. Oh, someone backseating in the comments. Something I've been saying all along is if we get a Maker 3, what we really need is a setting on the player side for show creator comments only. Because then you can actually have comment card story levels and such without having other players backseat you the whole way through, or popular levels getting spammed here and there to make the comments unreadable. And you know, creator comments are already separately marked with that gold border, right? But there should be a player setting to only show to creator comments. And it would just be such a small but meaningful adjustment. Too bad Nintendo has no way of receiving any of our feedback. Look at Toadette here, just handing off the balloon to Undudog. Can't believe that 10OC is finally happening. It's already happened. Oh, and Natcat leaving a comment in Japanese. I didn't know you wrote Japanese, actually, but I guess you managed to communicate to a lot of makers that I can't directly that way, or unless, you know, you had a bit of translation assistance that was hopefully rigorous. 069 is commenting 9,999 comments, or times rather, stop others from commenting. Yeah, I have not myself tested that, but I have seen some comments, or rather some levels, go all the way up to that many comments. But that's not something I've looked into. Shearwater was here. Yeah, clearly Shearwater needs to learn how to write Shearwater was here in Japanese. And Natcat, you said how cool the boss fight was. Yeah, rightly so. Yeah, my follow limit, you know, I have to rotate people out all the time, and I write down codes that I've rotated out. But part of following people, though, is that you want to notice when some makers have come back after a long period of dormancy. Which is relevant to us here, by the way, because of the next maker that we have coming in on the list. You know, because on one hand, you want to follow active makers who aren't just taking up space on your list. On the other hand, you want to follow people like Tino, who had several years off, I think, between levels at one point. There was a more recent upload before this one as well, but there was definitely a gap of several years, I think. And Tino's a maker that we've tracked for a very, very long time. And since all the way back in Maker 1. And one of the makers who really knows how to do a full spread of difficulty from absolute beginner to I think a little more expertly, so we'll see what's going on in 1% land here with a spinning Scotsman. The final spin down. Yeah, 100 is way too tight a cap. I feel like I needed like 300 maybe. Or 256 if you want to be perfectly binary about it. This level was actually submitted for 8 MMC and has been in progress for 3 years. That's interesting. I feel like I might have seen a prototype of this one at some point, actually. Notice the red pipe at the beginning as well. Yeah, you get on the blaster, go to the left. Oops. Yeah, I remember that Tino also did a lava level for 6YMM. That was the one that was back and forth. And okay, hop on this, and then whoop. Shorter spin, so we can time that a little bit better. Yeah, just stay short on the initial round of jumps, and then let's get on the bomb properly to get the bomb kick going. Zero 6 you're saying, imagine if they had bookmarking levels but limited to 100. I don't remember what the limits were on the website bookmark to upload feature back in Maker 1, now that you mention it. Whoops. Yeah, the bookmarker site was tremendous. The problem, though, is that when you go back to... whoops, didn't spawn the shell. Or roll the shell, rather. When you go back to Maker 1... content nowadays, particularly if you're trying to do some detective work for tracking down when people uploaded old levels or introduced them or wrote about them or whatever, or try to follow codes that were shared for projects. Sometimes a lot of old content on the web that you find still has the bookmark links, and the bookmark links are all now dead. Because even though they had the level codes in the URLs, sometimes people would just share the link to the maker profile, and so you would have the maker's username but not the level codes. And now, because the bookmark site has been gone for years, all of that is inaccessible. And I ran into that a lot when tracking down some Maker 1 content for historical reasons. Beautiful little interaction there. It just looks great. That little rising spiral with the shell, that just looks very appealing. It's really just a spinning shell going up, but there's something just so very satisfying about it. Oops. And yeah, Shearwater and Electricity looking over old playtesting records about the early genesis of this level. Well, I'm glad it came together for this year's edition, regardless of what form it took previously. Yeah, that whole stack just looks great. Oh, let's hit that and land accurately. That's kind of an important part of it. Electrodude, you're saying it seems like the level didn't change that much, but the changes were great, yeah. Well, I wouldn't know. We only have it in this form now, so... Oh, whoops, too far. Yeah, that's a really nice moment with that rising tower, because you know the bomb kick is going to trigger something when it detonates in lava, but you have no idea what at the time that you see it, right? So there's this element of surprise that is still easy on the player to read, you know? And it's the kind of surprise where it doesn't throw off your interaction with the level, but you just kind of have to look at it for a moment and wonder what event is about to happen. Whoops. One fewer bounce there. When playing, you were constantly saying, how did he make that work? Yeah. Well, just take it in as we see it. Okay, here we go. Oops. Yeah, I feel like Shearwater, you're saying that Tino's very good at making levels with impressive off-screen tech. Yeah, I feel like I've played a lot of Tino levels to disguise things in lava specifically. And, you know, when you do disguise things with lava, from a maker perspective, it's rather difficult to debug sometimes. Because you can give yourself some visibility onto parts by just checking out how things work in water, but then that doesn't work if you have bomb triggers and other things that are lava dependent going on as well. When I made my lava level for YMM, I remember something I had to do because the mechanisms off screen were so complex and there were so many track setups going on, was that I tested all the track setups in water, but to test them in water, I basically had to manually place a whole bunch of precisely timed bomb triggers. And that would match the actual interactions when you're playing it in lava in the finished product, and that took a while to really nail down precisely, because that's just the kind of thing you have to do when you cannot see your own mechanics in the editor. And yeah, I think it has a very clear core mechanical concept here. I really don't think there's, in this version anyway, anything particularly scattershot or inconsistent about it, thematically speaking. There's so much to look at here, too. I feel like the balloon height might require a fair bit of attentiveness. Okay, is the plant going to... Okay, I was about to say, is the plant going to come up and give me something to jump on, but I guess we needed to get around to booze first. There's a lot going on here. And I am trying to keep my eyes peeled for a potential optional objective as well, so... Boos are going to come up, and then we just go around them like that. And around again. And then we jump on this. I just assume we're going to hit every POW, and whoops, I jumped off that too late. I was about to spin jump onto the piranha, we missed. We got a one up on the track down below as well. I wonder what that's all about. Actually, what is all that about? It's just there for flavor, I think, or to fill in the power-up limit, potentially, on the track. Oh, actually, yeah, no, they're being tracked all the way up to the top left, and then... It's probably something to do with the power-up limit. But we'll see. You'll notice that the blaster is blocked, for instance. And the blasters could be, perhaps, power-up blocked. And yeah, Electrodude, so you just confirmed that in the chat. That's exactly what's going on. Good way to tuck them out of the way. In a way that keeps them loaded and relevant. The peaceful music actually adds quite a lot to this in a subtle way. You can listen to the squeak of the clown car. Oops. And Nikki and Jill, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, let's head over to this side. And jump the booze. Okay, let's not dawdle too long on a power this time. And then, whoop, have to remove that. And then we'll continue riding this. Oh, I should have held into that. I didn't read that very accurately. And yeah, over here we've been on stream for about 3 hours. It's our usual time. And steadily making our way through this one. Oops. Okay, up we go. We'll just jump to booze twice as before. I still haven't really seen a plausible solution to the balloon room yet, but we'll look out for it. There's just a lot to read around here. Maybe if things dip below. Like if you get on pause in that segment. Nope, probably not. Okay, good. Just follow the bounces and trust them and everything goes well. And that's just the ceiling. So now we ride at this bit and see where the snake block's going to go. There's a lot of back and forth here that we need to watch out for. Then here's the shell train. Same kind of bounce sequence that we had previously. Just hold into that and it's pretty easy to execute as long as you don't ram into the ice blocks here. I see above the right side of where the snake block is a little platform there that I don't know if that's reachable for us. It might just be part of the loading area for everything going on with that blaster. But we should take a look at that. We'll just try to jump up towards it with the Piranha when we get there, if we have the right height to do it. We might not. It might drop off by then, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then we're down with the shells here anyway. So that's just a loading area for the blaster, I think. The part that's to the right of the blue snake block. Here, I just looked at that platform and wondered. But no, we zipped right past all that stuff. Pretty high up against the ceiling at this point as well, so. Oh, I keep missing. Yeah, and then the shell launchers on the left side are synchronized for the shells to wake up very soon. They wiggle awake and then they start rolling. Ride it out. Whoops. Can't pull back though. Okay, back onto the shells. Now, onto the mole. We need to not miss the switch, of course. I did see the switch. After you press the on-off switch, it drops the muncher out of the way on the floor and then opens up the wall to continue. But then there's a lot to read here beyond that, so we'll see what we can do. Okay, here we go. Spin down here on the switch, on the shell. Very nice shell placement. Oh no, let's get off of this. So, shell on the right side that allows you to jump. Coin on the right side that you can fall towards, but then... That's just a coin, okay. So, as long as we get off the axe, we should be able to see something extra here. Whoops. As long as we don't hit that either. We have to check that thoroughly, because we have not seen any kind of bonus room candidate otherwise. Pretty gentle to get that far, though, for the clear on the axe. Maybe it just feels that way because of the peaceful music, but... we should be back there in no time. It's a complicated segment, but it is pretty short. Okay, hang right. Okay, so we need to hit that question block and then we'll see what it triggers. I feel like it's something like a spike ball chain that is going to drop a vine for us. If we hit the left side block after a spin jump on the shell. It looks very much like it's supposed to be some kind of signal chain. That's likely going to be a couple of spike balls rolling or something similar. Okay. Might even want to get on the P-switch first and then jump from this side so we have momentum. Of course, we keep missing. But that looks very much like it's a solution, so... we'll try it until we get it. It's pretty easy to get back there. Yeah, we should start on this end for sure. A little bit more height on that, we should get it. Okay, signal chain, and then it should give me a vine? No, 1-ups, okay. That's not it then. So I think we missed a balloon rim then. In that case... yeah, we need to redo then. And we'll inspect it a bit more carefully. No other visual clues here, so we'll redo it. Thank you for the GG, we'll be back in for more. Look at the red pipe at the beginning, actually. We never wound up interacting with that. And that seems like an exit from maybe a fairly early bonus room out of the first segment, because it would spawn you in. Look, there's something on the top left. Yeah, we spin off the spiny shell and go left. On top of the ceiling on the left side. Because it's a semi-solid that looks open. That definitely looks like that's what it is, so... missed. But that's okay, we'll just redo it. It's the opening segment anyway, so we'll just redo it as necessary. This was, what, a 1% level? It's a pretty easygoing level for 1%. But... oh, that got fired at me. We saw that coming and yet I missed it. But obviously there is a door to exit there, so we'll keep an eye out for it. Okay, that's gonna go down. We just let it go. And then take the door. This is tucked well out of the way, and then this is the balloon room. But then we have to platform around a little bit to go somewhere. Oh, nope, never mind. That's alright, we'll go back in there and explore some more. There are 2 balloon entrances, you're saying? Oh, you mean electricity? You didn't find that one through testing? I guess we have to find the other one now, too. I did see there was a door that was eradicated on that side over there that, you know, if you sneak under very precisely, maybe you can get it if you're on the bridge and you drop down towards that door. That must be the other one? So you actually missed this door? I thought it was the more obvious one, actually. I didn't even notice the other one, even though the other one was on screen. Well, good thing you have somebody like me to playtest, right? In case you... The dev route just tucked away up here. More balloons. I don't see any way to proceed past this point, though, to go up to that bridge there. Let's see. I don't even remember which pipe we came in, actually. Let's cycle around. Oh yeah, that's just the exit. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I did earn my title as the playtester. You're right. It wasn't a soft lock, but it was a bonus room. So yeah, the other one here, you just need to drop in on top of the blaster, I think. But although you need to jump pretty precisely to do that. We can try it. Well, I'm not a precision player, so not surprising that that would be the exit I miss. Yeah, you just do like a tiny little jump there at precisely the right height to sneak over there. Too late. But you need to be fairly exact, I think. Yeah, Nat Cat, you know, back in my day, nobody would have missed that secret exit. Actually, no, they probably would have. I'm fairly sure, in fact, that back in 6YMM with the swamp level I made, I'm fairly sure I got my level launched without Kavik for sure, definitely finding the bonus room. I'm actually fairly certain he did not find a route before the level was approved. Oh, hang on, we didn't want to get stuck there. I'm just trying to make this little jump here. I mean, we've seen the bonus room. I just want to see if I can make a precision jump. You see, this is why I'm thankful there's a second entrance, right? Because I'm bad at precision stuff. And yeah, you need to be fairly exact. Although you think a spin will make it up there perfectly. Yeah, probably. Just need to learn how to count tiles here. Oh, maybe a running spin. Or a faster one. You love that this has probably existed since the first version of the level. Yeah, I mean, you would know, right, if you have... other situations, or rather, you know, older versions of the level where you can see that there's a double door that drops down to the secret room. You think a spin will get there? I don't think a spin will get there, but maybe I'm not fast enough. No, maybe I'm not getting enough momentum there. You think a spin will get there from a cloud? Oh yeah, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. If we actually make it, yeah. Yeah, the other one's way easier. And to me, way more obvious. But there we go. Good thing we have other players here in the playtesting club that actually know how to count tiles. Okay, I don't think we can actually reach anything else from this location though, so we just get out this way. And then, yeah, now we found it, we cleared it. Sometimes I play through, but this is so early in the level that we'll take the exit and look at the comments. You want to check if there's anything in the secret room other than death? We can check. Given that we've already established that the playtesting team missed a whole bunch of things about the secret room, we'll just take a quick look. But we'll do it the easy way. Okay. We will not run into this shell here, which only exists to... actually, no, maybe that's the same one that spawns and gets sent to the right. I think it probably is, in fact. Well, let's jump down and see. I don't think there's anything, but we'll... Yeah, just death. And we'll see. You think it's impossible to sight read? I think it was actually a pretty good read, in fact. But the clear rate being lower than I would think, the platforming in this level makes me wonder if some people might have struggled with it. Somebody didn't know how to jump on the bumpers. Maybe they had TV lag or something. That's the easiest thing. You just hold into it and the bumpers just play themselves, right? Like the spring segments. Oh, somebody with a Scottish flag here, of course. And yeah, some people struggling a little bit. Well, that's the thing about Tino's levels, right? Is that a lot of them are not just straight left to right, and some players absolutely struggle with level progression that isn't just left to right. And yeah, love this little shell over here. Again, Coco being the comment art MVP on so many of the levels here. Let's take a look at the next one. We should have time to finish today, depending on how things go. I know that Mozart's level at the end has, I think, the lowest clear rate of this set, but we didn't look into why, so we'll find out eventually. And Shearwater is saying, briefly turn on the comments at the start of the next level that's coming. Okay, we'll try to remember to do that. Friendly and rhythmic. There's a longer website description on this one as well. So let's look at this one. So this will be the penultimate level, the one by 5mm. A journey to discipline Baby Bowser with the rhythmic green partner. Okay, and we'll go comments on in the starting room. There is a much longer description on the website. Baby Bowser turned 30. Nothing strange about that, since he is a turtle, and came up with a new scheme. Hearing this, Mario, now sporting a mustache, has decided to discipline him once again as an elder. Go through the secret tunnel and head for Bowser's castle. Hey, don't forget me. I had to count, incidentally, that it has only been 23 years since Baby Bowser was... Oh no, Baby Bowser, not Bowser Jr. 23 years since Bowser Jr. was introduced, but 30 years since Baby Bowser was introduced in Yoshi's Island back in 1995. Okay. So, let's take a look. And we'll go comments on it to start as requested. Mr. Lecture Dude, you think that the description was written with ChatGPT? I'm looking at it again. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, so we get Yoshi's Island map music here. But you're saying you want comments on... Well, we'll have comments on it until we see what Shearwater's talking about here. But this looks like a Yoshi's Island tribute. Oh, there was an out of bounds comment? Let me take a look. Oh, I see. Okay, you just wanted to show the sup there. Yeah, I see it. It took me a moment to register that that was so far out of the playable area. Oh, that's right. No, this was the one where... I know you posted a screenshot of something in the Discord, but we didn't know which level it was from, that you had shown that you'd gone way out of bounds somewhere. Yeah, so this was the level where you had the out-of-bounds screenshot. So we'll need to explain that at some point, but that was a comment that was more special than I initially realized. Okay, let's keep going. That is a lot going on here, but that is all just part of the load in for the global loop. So, and then it's going to be the Yoshi's Island castle music. Now, can we roll this to the left to scroll break it? We didn't scroll break it enough. Well, let's actually just restart so I can break both columns. Yeah, Shearwater, maybe somebody noticed at Nintendo that you managed to go out of bounds in that level and they got their wires crossed and deleted your chomp level in response. Okay, so this is just, yeah, you hit the spike ball into 10, I think that was what it was. It is, and I should just let it roll this time, actually, maybe. Let's see if it rolls correctly. There we go. Okay. Was this the balloon room already, I guess? I guess that qualifies. You see all the P balloons up top. And bottom. I'm looking at this. Is this supposed to be kind of like a Yoshi egg shape? I don't know, but it's a balloon, maybe. An MMC. Works for me. Okay, question block over here. Shell over there. Oh, I totally wasn't watching. I feel like we want to pick up a shell at some... No, we just jump on the bones. Or well, there's Lemmy balls here as well. I guess... Well, let's figure out where the balls are going. Rolling down here. It doesn't look accessible to me on this track. However, no, once we release this with a state switch, then the balls come out, and then we can work with them. That will require us to stomp on the on-off switch first. It might be, if I had to guess, a bone shell drop. But we'll find out. Oh, no, it's just this on-off switch. That's the only one here, and then eventually we'll see how to get across that 30 coin. Let's watch the spike floors. We've been very incautious about things like that. You know what? Well, we currently don't have a way to jump on the bones to... We should have just jumped on the bones to get that shell and then jumped on it to hit the question block over here. Oh well. There's a lot that I missed. Yeah, Shearwater is staying along until your battery's at 4%. Better plug that thing in. And we will indeed have fun with the last two levels. Thank you for joining us for so long. And yeah, like I said, I hope you got a chance to catch up on the playthroughs of your own. Oh, yes, Shearwater, I have one last thing to say before you go. Before your battery dies. It took so long to get to Shearwater's levels in the first session because in the time it took me to play and find the secrets in Meng's level and Klig's level, you know what happened in the span of the time those two levels occurred? That was when the United States entered Venezuela and captured Maduro and got out. Like, in the time that it took me to play those two levels, while Shearwater was busy waiting. I realized afterwards that's actually when it happened. Because I get off stream and I realize, okay, well, something just changed. And it tells you how long I took to scrub for secrets in Meng's level. Anyway. Oh, let's try to get up here. And, oh, we can't quite reach, actually. But we can hit this, because we're tall enough to hit and to block for Divine. If we're tall, right? Maybe not. Yeah, no, actually, it's just out of reach. Didn't realize. Okay. Mr. Electrodude, you're saying the US government was also looking for secrets in Maduro's bedroom? No, actually, they used a level viewer. They literally used a level viewer. They did the same thing they did with Bin Laden, where they actually built a replica compound ahead of time to rehearse the operation months in advance. Which is actually the kind of special forces equivalent of using the level viewer, right? Okay, so no, we need to hit the on-off switch, come back here, and escort the Lemmy Balls where we can bounce them. So let's hit the switch first. Why did I not do it this time? Let's tap that. Oh, whoops. Keep hitting all the spikes. So at some point we need to tap this with a shell, but we need to escort the Lemmy Balls first. We didn't stay there long enough to roll them. Now, do we just need one? And moreover, does it deflect on the way back? We need to play more cautiously to find out. Okay. Let's see this again properly and not forget about all the different moving parts that we need to keep track of here. Well, pretty good pretext to make the player go back and forth to take advantage of the fact that it is a looping music level. We do have the ball rolling here. We will actually tap this to make it available for the next state switch, because we'll need it. And there will be a lot of bouncing once the Lemmy Balls come out. But then how do you bounce them back? Oh, you probably just... Let me think about this. Well, we got the helmet, we got the scroll break on the left, potentially, but then what? Yeah, we absolutely need to bounce these, but then... Well, let's roll it back and find out. So it says right, we just bounce it. We do, but not like that. We need to deflect, I think. Now, Cat, you're asking, did he calculate note block timings, or did he do this by ear? You mean for the music track, or do you mean something else? No, we don't have the helmet anymore. It can't be helmet dependent then. But let's figure this out. So yeah, okay, no. We just need to scroll the mole further, because then we can redirect where Lemmy is shooting balls by Yeah, because how far can they go? The mole can go as far as here. I guess, yeah, no, we just need to lead them further. See how far we can escort. This is as far as we can escort without the on-off switch, so we need an on-off toggle past this point, perhaps. Because otherwise they're trapped in the middle segment here, right? And then if they're trapped in the middle segment here, we just need a way to get them out. Which requires me to hit this. But to do that, we need something to jump on to grab the shell. Well, we have this. We can jump on it to grab the shell here. But only if we hit the on-off switch first, now that we have the vine. Okay, I'm finally paying attention now, so let's actually do this. So yeah, that's trapped on this side now, but then we have the vines available to go for the shell. We previously just idly put on the shell and forgot about taking it for other purposes, like shell jumping. Well, let's not do that, but... Oh, we can... then take the on-off switch. You know what? I want to try something. No. Okay. It's okay. We'll grab another one. However, I bet if we do a spin off a shell... Problem is we need to get it across. The way to get it across is to ride across. Once we toggle the switch once more. 06i, you think you figured out how to comment got into that location? Yeah, just take some rigorous testing sometimes for those shenanigans. We just need to roll the shell because then when it crosses the spikes, it'll toggle the switch and then send this across. And then it will trap the lemming mechanism in this segment. Now, at this point, we're able to then hit this here. Great, that gives you a key. And we already know where the door is for that key. However, yeah, the balls bounce out of the way. I wonder if that does anything special for the secret room, actually, or... I'm just going to take a look quickly to see if the bouncy balls would affect anything. I don't think they would. We can already access everything in this room, so... I don't think that actually had any impact whatsoever. To have the balls available on this side. And then we'll get bounced over here. Great. And toggle once again. However, oh, I see that if you rode on the right side, then you'll be able to get the 30 coin safely. Which, if we lose a shell, we're technically still able to do that. I just wonder if there's any reason to do that other than to see the music setup. Like if we have it in the... Was it on state or off state that we had to vine? We need the other state. What? Because then we just get a replacement shell after we lose the first one to curiosity. Like we just run. And yeah, it's just pure music setup there. Okay. And then let's go back to get another shell, because we can. Carefully. I also have 80 seconds, so maybe we should not mess around too much here. Okay, trapped in exactly the right location. And... no flag for us yet in this subworld, but there will be here. And let's see what there is remaining. Okay. That's going to be demolished here. And yeah, it's the Yoshi's Island finale. If I'm not mistaken. Oops. We have 30 seconds. We'll probably have to redo this part. But then we just go shell like that. And then we have to actually be in a position where we can obtain the shells. We'll have 12 seconds, we are unlikely to finish it, but we'll just wait until we have another opportunity here. 1 second remains, and we will redo it. Okay, you think this was the most puzzle-esque level from what you played this year, yeah. Again, with the looping music, it's good to have a reason to actually go back and forth and loop around a bit. It's a pretty clear sequence. I could have done a better job of paying attention. Zero 6 you were saying the pauses at the start of the music is so good, yeah. Okay, nice little loading segment over here. So yeah, we just took the platform to where we needed to go, and then we can systematically retrieve the shell that we want, as long as we don't bounce so poorly. Okay, let's not run into absolutely everything this time. That little P-switch set up there to load into music timing was kind of neat. Bouncing it into place as an instrument. One of many moving parts to all of this. Or to transition into the loop. Very complicated how this was put together, actually. Oh, let's not fall. Just try to maintain a stable position for the shell, so we just keep it in one place. Keep the platform in one place. And then we can get it to hold still for... Oh, that's not great. That's okay. Next movement here. There we are. Now, Cat, I've seen ideas for looping puzzle levels as far back as Maker 1, where, you know, you assemble a puzzle. This was something by Ren or Acousticake, I think, who also made Mortal Koopas. Where there was a Maker 1 level I played of his where you solve a one-screen puzzle, and as you do each step in the one-screen puzzle, it assembles the music loop. And you're right, that's a concept that we don't see often enough, considering how much potential there is for it. Or just other things that have enough entity space for the music track, plus the puzzle interaction without breaking anything. Anyway, got a bonus room in that one early on. Yeah, really nice back and forth series of interactions there with just loading the whole let me set up onto the right place. And great music tracking throughout this one as well. And yeah, I totally read the balloon design as an egg. And yeah. Oh yes, that's right. It's the Yoshi's Island style balloons. All right, one more to go. And let's pull it up. Yeah, given how much looping music has been incorporated into the Advanced Maker toolkit into this game, it's nice that music loop levels still have the capacity to surprise and stand out from others from time to time. But anyway, here's 10 MMC damage control. It's going to be 0.89 here by Mozart. I remember really enjoying the level that he made, I think, for last year's GDQ, if I'm recalling the correct one. But yeah, looking forward to finishing off this year's set with a spot of platforming here. Let's take a look. And this one has really taken off in popularity. Probably topping the charts, rather, in the Super Expert category. Okay. So it'll be Bone Shell. Bone Shell intersecting with Boo will give us the bounce there. We'll figure out how that goes. Oh yeah, so it's damage boost off that, hence the title. Okay, have to get off and read this quickly. Damage boost off the shell. But yeah, we need a lot more uptime on that. We need to actually catch the shell to do this. You're saying this level also needed extremely little play testing? Yeah. Yeah, because you do the damage boost and then you continue. So we can see the shell for that. You need to tap the shell, then you get out before the invincibility frames are down. This reminds me of another concept. I'm trying to place which level I'm thinking of that this is so strongly reminiscent of. I mean, we've seen a lot of interesting timed damage boost concepts before, but not this one specifically. And yeah, Natcat, looks like we will have it done in 2 streams. I wasn't sure we'd get it done today, given how long we took with some of the secret hunting last time. But, you know, let's not speak too soon. Let's actually get further in this one first, with a bit more jumping accuracy all around. I think we might have to do a couple of loops here. Let's see, because yeah, that's a timed reset. Let me just take a look here to see what we have not interacted with. So we need to get rid of the muncher. It'll probably be a POW interaction at some point after some kind of off-screen cycle of doing things, maybe 3 times, or might be a consistency check. Let's see, because there's the beeping before the reset. And then the shell resets over there, and then we get the key over here. Okay, so it's 2 loops. Alright, at this point, you launch. Oh, and then you need to sit on it. But then if you lose it, then you get another try at it. But then when you sit on it, then you have to jump out to the other side once you've taken damage off of it, perhaps. Okay. Launch. Sit. Launch. And we need to land on it much more accurately. Oh, we need to hit the on-off switches from underneath, perhaps, while we had the time to do so. We did not do that at all in that previous run. That's something that you need to do from the grounded position when you are temporarily invincible. Okay, get out. And then we might have to toggle it a few times then. Multiple toggles for the key, if I were to guess. But we need to really work on a jump accuracy then. Yeah, 2 loops. We definitely need to work on that aim. I feel like I'm consistently a little behind it. It's kind of a longish jump down to something timed, which is something I know I have trouble with. When you have that much of a jumping distance to the moving target that you're trying to hit. Oh, no, missed it. Yeah, we'll need to hit the on-off switch for a few cycles here. Oh, didn't have enough time to hit this time. Okay. Nope, missed it. Sometimes when I'm blinking like that down below, it's a little tricky to visualize. Okay, now we will need one more so we can actually get on the door. Look at a cloud on the left and also the potential scroll break on the left or right. But then, why the Piranha Plant on the right? I feel like if you still had the possibility of coming in here with an invincible state for some reason. I'm trying to think about how one could potentially maybe launch both shells in a previous room, or if there's something else that's going on here with this pipe. I feel like we missed something, missed an opportunity to go down the right side pipe with invincibility frames. But we might be wrong. Okay, 2 coins. Coin before checkpoints tells me that there's going to be a CP3. And indeed, given the state switching here, it looks like this will be CP1 and 3. So let's see what's going on here. And interestingly enough, that taking this checkpoint is optional. But we'll grab it. Yeah, Electro Dude, you're not saying anything even though it's extremely hard. Oh, for the secret hunting or the Piranha Plant pipe? Yeah, it looks like I needed to launch both shells in the previous section and maybe escape with a shell, unless it's something time dependent. I think I actually just needed to escape with a shell. Potentially. But then that would make sense because that would break a lot else. Actually, no, because if you had a shell coming into this room on the pipe that you see in the bottom left, then that would be peeled by the stretch boo. So I think you actually are supposed to keep a shell going into that room. And that would be the solution. And I could have inspected a bit more thoroughly. Yeah, maybe we could have. We'll have to go back for it, perhaps. Or we'll just have to start over. Oh, need to kick both shells, okay, before you lose frames. Yeah, I mean, we'll find everything by the time we're done. Now, I have nothing to step on it. No, it looks like there's a shell there on top of the boo. Or rather, underneath the boo. So I think we actually got this sequence down correctly. We just need to execute a lot better on top of the Piranha Plant, then onto the on-off switch, then jump to the right, catch next shell. Okay, I see it. Oh, whoops. I have to remember it's not a bounce, it's a landing. Okay. Yeah, no, you need to be really quick about it so you can wrap around. I was a little too hesitant on both jumps. Yeah, this sequence is easy to understand with just a matter of executing it properly. Okay, now at this point, we hit. Then I jump towards the shell, land on the coin, hit the on-off switch on the right, loop back down. just need to be really quick. Grab the shell, and then it's just jumping back and forth over the spikes. Just kick. And that's it. Okay, that gets the second coin for checkpoint protection. Yeah, because then, yeah, this is checkpoint 1 and 2, rather, and then the state switch will be preserved with the key death mechanic. Okay, need to hit the helmet accurately, down to the 10 coin onto the thwomp. Oh, missed. And that releases the Koopa on the right when you hit the switch. Now, what do I step on? Oh, no, it is the helmet up top. Okay, pretty easy to understand. Oops. Yeah, we'll go back for what was a pretty tantalizing location with that piranha plant on the pipe. But let's see a bit more of the level first. Oh, no, high jump. Kick the shell, and then it's going to be onto the skull platform so you get to the right side. Oh, nope. One-way panel. Need to wrap around that. Now, then you jump over to the spring onto the right side. After that, it's a pretty simple read considering how much damage you need to take along the way. As long as we read locations like the various Buzzy helmets accurately. Oops. And they're pretty systematically located in places like those massive piranha plants up on the ceiling. But we just need to stick the landings. Whoops. No, no, too long. Yeah, everything's pretty meticulously timed in terms of when you trigger all of the different object movements. We need a bit more of a running start in that thwomp. We just haven't been jumping off of it very cleanly. Here we go. Okay. Oh, no. Momentum control needs work. Now, there's a piranha plant on top of that spring. I feel like we're supposed to go for the falling platform first, and we do a bit of a loop down low in that next segment, but we will find out. And figure out where the various collisions are going to be. Whoops. Definitely Mario, or in this case Luigi's blinking when we take damage has been throwing me off a little bit here. Even though we should be able to visualize his position pretty well by feel. Yeah, grab this first. Then we have to catch this. And then we catch this before the on-off switch. Okay, now we have a moment to breathe here, and then we will take the Koopa up to the helmet, and then we would need to kick Red Shell to the right, presumably, when we take a fall. Maybe... Oh, no, too soon. Oh, missed the exit vine, of course. Even though we got everything else done to that point. Okay, wrap around, forward. And then we just maintain momentum here. Cut this one off. And then, yeah, well timed here for first cycle, actually. In terms of being able to get you through really smoothly. Here's the 10Y. But we'll need to go back for that plant. There's a flagpole down here, incidentally. That's a big GG. Now we will go back for the secret. Pretty smooth, actually. Another one where the clear rate is lower than I would have expected, but maybe that just comes from the level's popularity, and also because it's not just, you know, mindlessly going left and right. But yeah, you can really intuit the mechanic once you have a good understanding of it. Oh, whoops, missed. So we need a way when we exit to the segment with the 2 red pipes to take an additional point of damage to get through the piranha plant, presumably, unless we have a way to get rid of the piranha plant, which we will need to look for. But it makes sense that, given the theme of this level, that we're supposed to take damage over it to enter the pipe. So that would probably be plan A, as far as our solution hunting goes. Oops. The thing we can do too is that, definitely something I was thinking about already in this room, is doing an additional on-off cycle than what you need. Now in this room there was no real possibility of that doing anything, unless there was some extra key off screen or something. Like, it wasn't very likely given the layout to produce any results, but it's something I should have considered doing in the next room as well. Just sometimes doing an additional cycle might resolve issues. Yeah, because this room here, we can toggle the on-off switches, but when we leave this room, we need a way to actually get through the plant in the next room, unless the mechanism for getting through the plant in the next room comes from that room rather than this one. But if I have a way to smuggle the shell, that would make a certain amount of sense. I'm also looking at this and wondering if we have anything else that we can do here with the booze. Well, let's just do the standard interaction first, and then get the key, and then figure out the rest after that, because no matter what, we need to get through this room first before we can inspect anything. And if we need to take a death to redo it, we will. Also notice the right side here, that we never noticed what this was all about. That there's something seemingly on the top right. But I don't know. Oh no, that's not the top right. That's no, there's nothing. That's just the overlap of the pink coin indicator that's throwing me off. But it's just there aesthetically to match the left, I guess, and to give you a bit of symmetry in the room. Oh no, lost momentum. Yeah, Yeah, given the way you jump around in that room, I'm not really seeing a way to get additional shells, much less ride one safely into the next one. Because I was thinking if you're able to take damage frames, but then get on another shell and then enter the next room, then maybe there's a possibility there, but... we will have to do this again and see. Absolutely the hardest room in a level, incidentally, this one here. Yep. You can jump on that and take damage. I kind of wonder if we'll have something like an additional cycle that maybe gives you a POW. Because if you do an additional cycle and then there's something like an off-screen POW, then that would make sense, because then you would have the shells roll in a location that would then become accessible because the muncher stack would be healed, right? But then in that case, how would you get through the door if you don't have the muncher stack to stand on? Well, think about that. Might not be the solution anyway. Yeah, because we need something to stand on in order to get through the key door, so I don't think we're going to have something like a POW removing the munchers. But maybe we should just continue past this room normally and inspect the next one. But we need to actually get through this room first. Another time. Despite having passed it once already, and we certainly don't have any consistency there just yet. Okay, a bit more momentum here. The key is already available. So nothing additional here, but maybe if we go for off switch and then into this room, maybe that affects something. So there's something like a blaster that shoots the one at Mushroom on this side. Maybe if we come over here and jump towards this cloud. Okay, that gives you something. Okay. That was such an obvious thing to check. Why didn't we check that? That was really obvious, actually. Anyway, Electrodude, you have been relieved. Yeah. Okay, and that is it. We'll play until death. We'll try to get through the level. Since, you know, this was the last level, it makes sense to try to end on a clear if we can, but of course, if mistakes happen, they happen. Like that, for instance, where we forgot to go to the right. You know what? Let's end on a clear, and then we can have a little time to talk our way through to the end and wrap it up properly, because it seems once again, let's go right, but it seems a little anticlimactic to just, you know, get the balloon room and then leave and then put away what will be the last anniversary project until there's sufficient motivation to get another one together. Oh, whoops. Jump off of that. Yeah, we did this whole sequence really cleanly earlier. We can do it again. But yeah, all bonuses found, all balloon rooms located. Whoops. Again, it's not a bounce, it's a jump. And we made pretty good time today, too, actually. We did today's 10 levels in less time than 7 last time, but then that's partly because we didn't get sidetracked with something like the gold tape in Meng's level. But yeah, we've got to be quick about this level because, you know, if I take too long with it, I might get off stream and find that the US has taken Greenland or something, right? You just never know these days. Taking too long there. No, again, right. I don't know why I keep bouncing on the nearest available object when we've already cleared the level once. Know exactly what is supposed to happen here. This is a very fun level, though. It's very tidy concept, very readable. I just need to really trust your sense of iframe timing. Okay. Oh, nope, too late. Yeah, and the segment after this one on the blue side of the on-off is actually pretty simple. I keep going too far left here. But yeah, the room before the two red pipes with catching the bone shells going either way, that's easily the hardest room here. At least for my skill set. Oh, once again, not a bounce. I keep thinking it's a bounce. Okay. Have to be accurate, but not too patient. Yeah, we shouldn't just jump that. Okay, that gets out. Sometimes you do need to take a bit of a quick fall instead of just high jumping everywhere. Okay, this segment was, again, pretty easy to read. We just need to make sure we have full jump height and full momentum off that swamp. Oh, no. Too close to the corner there, just no running distance to speak of. No, again, need to build up a bit more of a run. There's definitely that implicit time pressure of the invincibility wearing off. Let's catch this one. Oh, nope, missed. Ever so slightly, always just a tiny bit behind on those drops. Nope, too much adjustment there because I landed too far on the right of that corner. Yeah, you actually don't want to go too early on this platform here. You want to buy time for the swamp to be in position. We were going too early in many previous attempts, and it was definitely costing me. Okay, run it. And yeah, previously we had a really smooth time doing this on first cycle on this shell, but let's just time it properly this time since we missed that opportunity. Oh, yeah, missed the landing there, unfortunately. And then that's just the exit pipe right there, and that's really all there is to it. It's pretty easy going, all things considered. Again, let's not do that too quickly. Whoops. Okay. Down and back up. And let's wait on this one once again. Yeah, better to just take this one smoothly and land and climb. We actually went straight up the pipe the first successful time earlier. And that's it for the 10Y. So yeah, I have to enjoy every level we get. We just don't know if something like this will be coordinated next year without a big round number to be the main attraction. And with there being as much attrition in Maker 2 as there has been in very recent years. But let's take a look at the comments. This one is a very heavily commented level. And a very popularly played one as well. Who lied about this? Nobody lied about this. And what do you have to do here? Can't imagine where that was placed. And surprised Nintendo leaves this kind of thing up when they're taking down chump levels. You'd think that usually trips somebody up, but nobody's bothering to. Or what is 10MMC? You've had 10 years to find out. Well, no, 3 years to find out because we only started using the MMC designation in 7. Yeah, Electrodude, you don't think you'll be able to do as much as last year, or rather, you don't think you'll be able to repeat the level of commitment you had for year 10. Absolutely true, and that's why, you know, we've had to have a rotation of people take up the mantle in recent sessions. I haven't seen, for instance, Mr. All Games All Day around since he did so much of the heavy lifting for 9MMC. He just seemed to vanish after that. And we'll see. I mean, you know, we're fortunate enough even when Mario Maker people are able to get something together for other events like GDQ as well, which has not been happening every year, but it was a relief that they actually did manage to get something together for last year's Relay, because that also is not as regular as it once was in its prime. And so we just have to be happy with all the content that we still receive from excellent makers who still choose to be active, and excellent project coordinators who are responsible for so much of making sure that these events can happen at all. Look at this black box here in memory of the years of Mario Maker we've had so far. How hard? This should be super expert difficulty. I guess when someone was initially browsing when this was seeded, maybe that was still seeded in expert or something. But yeah, people are having trouble with some part, but we don't know where, so we'll just have to imagine. And oh, we actually have more pages on this level. And yeah, look at that. Coco bringing the balloon art again. And Shearwater was here first, apparently. When not too busy finding the out-of-bounds location in the level preceding this one. Yeah, he's been doing, or rather, Megad has been dealing with a lot of health issues. That's unfortunate to hear. Hope he's going to recover from some of that. He got Shearwater on the team, yeah. And yeah, I know Lectra kind of dropped off. And you may have accidentally given him a jump scare while trying to get access to the YouTube account. Yeah. No, I know that he took a bit of a disappearance from some communication. I was in communication with him a little while ago about getting more emotes finally filled out on my channel, and we just kind of fell out of touch with that. And so it's been long enough that I should actually just contact somebody else for it, but it's too bad because, you know, we had some plans that didn't come together on that score, but he's also busy with life and there's a lot going on. A couple of people have dropped off social media, actually, or dropped out of contact even on places like Discord. I know that, yeah, I think Donkey actually dropped off on both Discord and Twitch a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know what was going on with that, but his levels are still up, thankfully, but that's not affected. But definitely, some people have been occasionally, you know, for their own reasons perhaps, just falling out of contact, and eventually maybe more Maker projects like Maker 3 will bring back some of that talent. But anyway, that's it for 10 years of Mario Maker. And we'll have more Mario Maker catch-up to come, given that I was off this game, as most of you know, largely for the last several months, apart from doing some things like the Barnstorm Ocarina world. That we've been a bit behind, having been preoccupied with a lot of other things. Like Silksong taking over the stream for a month and a half, and a whole bunch of new releases that came down the pipe. Fortunately, we might not have as much of that going on in the next little while. We'll be still swapping from time to time between Mario Maker and other games that might be interesting to bring onto this stream. But I do plan to get through more Maker content that I want to catch up on. The first one, I can tell you, will be Super PAX World. We've been looking forward to that one, and it launched right next to 10MMC in December. And so that'll likely be the next priority. I don't know when viewer levels will come back to the stream, but we'll have to see how spots open up on the schedule week to week and find out what the sensible day to do that will be, given that my own personal schedule has had to undergo a few changes and we no longer have the old slot for it as available as it once was. But as usual for any of that, you can keep up with the Discord, you can keep up with the VODs on YouTube, where everything has been moved over the past year. And we'll have more to talk about over there. So congratulations once again to all of the people on the Maker and organizational side and playtesting side who managed to get this package together. And it was certainly my pleasure to play through it and find all the balloon rooms one more time, and also do everything in order after waiting for Shearwater's chomp level to come back up onto the servers. So hopefully everything stays that way, and that's on the Maker's side, all of you have even more fun playthroughs of your content to watch in the weeks ahead as other people get on this. And I guess we'll have to see if anybody else found the second entrance to the secret room on Tino's level, which for me was the first entrance, but you know, either way. Thank you so much for joining me, and we will pass you folks off somewhere else very shortly. And it was a delight to come back to this game with such a strong batch at long last. Thanks for watching. We'll scan around, and until we meet again for more Maker content or more of anything else really, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that is happening on your end. And as usual, fare thee well.